I've been a learning coach for the past 14 years. I've spent thousands of hours understanding and synthesizing the research on how to be a better and faster learner. In this 4-hour guide, I've put together some of my most important videos on learning. It's designed for you to watch from start to finish in order, and I've divided it into 4 chapters. Chapter 1, Retrieval. Chapter 2, Encoding. Chapter 3, Mind Mapping. And Chapter 4, Skill Acquisition. The first 2 chapters cover 2 of the most foundational learning skills that you need to master. Doing these well means that you're able to remember more of what you learn, understand complex concepts more deeply, and recall and apply what you've learned in whatever way you need to, whether that's for exams or for work. The third chapter covers how you can then leverage these core skills to do more effective note-taking, and how you can do note-taking to make your learning even faster and easier. The final chapter then extends on these skills to not only just learning new knowledge, but also for learning new skills, especially for those of you who are professionals trying to learn new complex skills for work. That final chapter will be especially valuable for you. So I recommend that you take notes as you go, make sure to apply what you learn, and we'll get started with Chapter 1, Retrieval. It's surprisingly easy to become good at studying, as long as you build the 3 learning pillars. I've noticed that once students are able to master all 3 learning pillars, they're able to study much more to a much higher quality in a shorter amount of time, which ultimately means getting better results. Now, the issue is that most people don't know about these pillars, or they focus on the wrong ones, which means even though it can be easy to get good at studying, most people will keep struggling their whole lives. So in this video, I'm going to teach you what the 3 pillars are and what you need to do to master them to become a top learner. But let's make something very clear. Getting better at learning is not the same thing as making learning faster and easier. Effective learning takes effort. It often feels uncomfortable. High quality learning involves thinking really hard. Most people think that you can get better at learning without doing the hard thinking. And so they actually avoid that effort, which means that they avoid getting better. So instead, most people think about how they can just cover content faster. But covering content fast doesn't mean anything unless you can retain what you've learned and then use it the way you need to. Even if you can retain and remember and spit out 100 facts, it doesn't matter if what you needed it for was to solve problems. So getting better at learning is about knowing what type of thinking is effective and getting better at doing that. And then over time, you do get faster at doing that and it becomes more comfortable. But the way you get more comfortable is like how long distance running gets more comfortable for a marathon runner. It's not that it's become objectively easy, it's that you get used to the difficulty. Getting better at learning is also not the same thing as finding the best app or finding the best technique. It's perfectly possible to have the best app and use the best techniques and still do terribly with your learning if you're not thinking in the right way. Getting better at learning means that you understand the right way to think so that you don't even need the best app or the best technique. You can do well even without it because you know how to use your brain and think in the right way. So with that out of the way, here are the 3 pillars and how you need to think about getting better at learning. Learning is ultimately about getting information and then putting it inside our memory. And the process of putting information inside our memory is something that we call encoding. And then when we use that information from our memory, we call this process retrieval. Retrieval helps us find gaps in our memory, and it also strengthens and consolidates our long-term memory, which means when you practice retrieving your knowledge gets stronger. On the other hand, encoding is what determines how many gaps you have in the first place. If your encoding is not very good, it means that your memory is very poor, it's very superficial, and so you have lots of gaps to find in your retrieval, and sometimes it's overwhelming to try to fill all of those gaps. This is the typical situation of the Anki grind or the flashcard grind, where almost all of the learning is just done through retrieval and testing yourself through flashcards, and the encoding is not being done at a high quality, which means that you're constantly forgetting almost everything and overwhelming yourself with the need to endlessly relearn the things that you're forgetting. And so these are the first 2 pillars. To be a great learner, you have to have good enough encoding so that your memory isn't full of holes, and you have to have good enough retrieval so that you're finding those gaps and you're deepening your knowledge. The third pillar is because learning doesn't happen in isolation. It doesn't matter if you have the best encoding and best retrieval technique if, for example, you procrastinate so much that you never sit down to study, or you're so easily distracted that you can't focus for more than 20 minutes. These are things that I call enablers. Enabler skills are not your direct learning skills. They're the skills that allow you to show up and do the work you need to do consistently. And so when we think about great, really, really effective learners, then one of their biggest characteristics is that they have phenomenal encoding skills. Their encoding ability is so strong and their retention is so good that they barely forget anything. They don't have many gaps to find. They're able to achieve a really deep level of understanding and mastery in a very short period of time. People with phenomenal encoding skills, they often don't need to spend a lot of time studying. They don't need to spend a lot of time relearning things. And so you can argue that encoding is actually the most important skill for you to develop to become a good learner, not just learning how to do more flashcards or writing pretty notes. But it is actually the last thing that you should learn how to get good at. And so here is how you get good at each of these three pillars and the order that you should get good at them in. The first one you should try to develop is actually your enablers. And you can divide enabler skills into two different types. The first type is self-management. This includes things like your ability to stop procrastinating, your time management, how you prioritize your tasks, and how you can manage your focus and concentration. The other category is growth skills. And this is one that most people don't think about. Growth skills are actually the skills that allow you to improve with time, because not everyone gets better and develops skills at the same pace. And so if you want to get better at basically anything, but especially something as complex as learning, you need to have really good growth skills. Otherwise, you're going to give up before you get good. And the two biggest growth skills are experimentation and critical reflection. If you imagine one person who learns a new learning technique and then they never use it, they're afraid of trying it, they're afraid of making a mistake, and then when they do use it, they don't know how to think about how well it went. Versus someone who learns a new technique, is able to use it immediately. And then once they use it and have that experience, they're able to reflect on it, see what went well, see what went wrong, what they could improve, and then create the next experiment immediately. You can imagine which person is going to improve more quickly. And I see this very clearly in the students in my program, where some students are learning skills literally 20 times faster than other students. And 99 out of 100 times when we look at the students that are improving very slowly and feeling frustrated and demotivated at the experience of learning to learn, it's because they are holding back on experimentation or they're not doing critical reflection often. And so this is why we need to work on the enablers first, because either self-management or growth skills are going to be rate limiters for you, which means it doesn't matter how good your encoding is. It doesn't matter how good your retrieval is. It doesn't matter what apps you use, how you write your notes. None of that matters if your self-management and your growth skills aren't good enough. And so the easy part to this is that if you know that you have an issue with your procrastination or with your time management or with your experimentation and your growth skills, then you know that you can work on that, and you should just work on that first and you will see great results in a short period of time. But most people starting this learning skills journey will ignore this stuff. They'll say, this isn't important for me. I just need to learn something else. I need just a new technique that's going to fix my problem. And then they're going to struggle and they're going to find learning to learn very, very hard. And they're probably going to give up before they get good. So if you want learning to learn to be easier, focus on your enablers first. And you don't need to become like a machine, a paragon of focus. You just have to be good enough. And once you are good enough with your enablers, you're ready to move on to the second. The second part is retrieval. So if we go back to this diagram here, you remember that retrieval is whenever we use information from our memory. We've already encoded it, it's in our memory, and now we're calling upon that and testing ourselves. So for example, when we do a quiz or answer some practice questions, that's retrieval. And there are many, many ways of doing retrieval depending on how you need to use your knowledge. If you need detailed fact recall, we've got techniques like doing flashcards. Or if you need to apply multiple concepts together, you can solve complex problems. You can use and apply your knowledge to build something like develop an app, teaching someone, answering questions, making your own questions, answering questions and then making your own answer sheet, quizzing your friends, brain dumps, mind map brain dumps, writing practice essays, using AI to generate your own practice test. And it's not that one strategy is better than the other. Each has their own purposes. It's about figuring out how you need to use your knowledge and then aligning it with the retrieval strategies you use. And when you have a retrieval strategy that is consistent and regular, and it's aligned to your knowledge needs, it enhances your retention, it enhances your fluency and recall speed, and helps you to find gaps in your knowledge in advance so that you can fill them. And so hopefully you can see why you need to start working on your enablers before you work on your retrieval skills, because it's very hard to have consistent, regular, high quality retrieval sessions if you struggle with your time management, if you can't prioritize your tasks. But by locking in really good retrieval, you've created a safety net to your learning. Even if you didn't understand it the first time, even if it was a complex topic, even if you're feeling nervous about the exam, your retrieval strategy is there to catch any gaps and help you prepare and become confident before the exams. And speaking of safety nets, what happens if you're watching a video like this and you're finding it helpful and you're finding this advice useful and you want to make sure you apply it in your life, but you're worried that once you click off of this video, you're going to forget about it, nothing's going to change? What if there was a way that every single week you could get a reminder about what you need to focus on, delivered straight to your inbox, written by me for free in the form of a newsletter? Well, what a great idea. I already thought of that. I have a free newsletter which I send out every single week, which has tips like this. It's a distillation of the study techniques that I wish I knew 14 years ago when I first started this, covering what I think are some of the most important principles to help you become a more confident learner. The emails take a few minutes to read, but can potentially save you hours a week through efficiency. So if you're interested, again, it's completely free. There's a link to sign up to the newsletter in the description. Now, the third pillar, it's no mystery, is going to be encoding. I said encoding is arguably the most important change that you can make to become a better learner. This is the hallmark of a genius. So why is it the last thing for you to work on? Well, it's because encoding, the third pillar, takes a long time. Becoming good at encoding is not about learning how to do some mind maps, even though that is a great technique that can help you be better at encoding. It's not about reading a certain way. It's not about writing your notes a certain way. It is about how you think. Encoding is basically a word to encapsulate all of your current habits of how you interpret and process new information. These are habits that you've built up over years, decades even. Some of those habits are working for you and some of those habits are outdated or hindering you. And so it takes time to gain awareness of your current learning habits. And it takes time to unlearn those habits, sometimes a very long time. And it takes time to replace those with new habits and learn techniques like mind mapping and certain reading techniques that help you think in new ways and build those new neural pathways. For some really experienced, already top achieving learners, this process might only take a few weeks. For students who have never experienced high quality encoding before, developing these habits can take several years. Even with guidance and feedback like in an intensive program like mine, it can take months. And unless you have just months of free time that you can be struggling and not getting better at learning, encoding is not the thing that is going to make a difference for you in the short term. The reason we work on our enablers and our retrieval skills first is because once we have these locked down, it gives us the runway, the time, the safety to slowly start working on our encoding skills. And yes, once you do improve your encoding skills, it is legitimately life-changing. The amount and the efficiency that I can learn at now compared to when I was 17 years old is shockingly better. But if I had just tried to work on only my encoding skills that entire time, I probably just would have failed medical school in the meantime. By the way, in terms of the specific process of what encoding actually looks like, I go through that in more detail in some other videos. But here's the thing, is that even though if you follow these steps and you learn it in this order, where you start with your enablers and then your retrieval and then you slowly work on your encoding skills, this is the easy way to get better at learning. Once you have all of these things, you have a great, very solid memory, and then you have a great ability to find your gaps. You will walk into every exam for the rest of your life feeling confident. You will be focused and effective and in control of your learning process, not just for uni, but also in professional life. Okay, so that was a high-level overview of the 3 pillars of learning: self-management and enablers. retrieval and encoding. Now we will talk about encoding more in chapter 2, but before that we need to look more deeply at our retrieval skills. And the first step is to realize that active recall and spaced retrieval or spaced repetition does not work, at least not in the way that most people think it does, in the way that most people use it. It is just not a long-term winning strategy, and until you realize that, you're not really going to be able to improve and become more efficient as a learner. So in this next video, we'll start by addressing that problem.
So this video is going to be a little bit controversial. Not because I want it to be controversial, but it just is. If you're really into active recall and spaced repetition, and if those are the techniques that you think work the best, then you're probably wrong. Let me explain why. For those of you that don't know, I'm Dr. Justin Sung. I'm a medical doctor, but I'm also, more importantly, a learning coach. It's what I do full-time. I work with students, teaching them evidence-based studying and time management skills. Before I tell you why active recall and spaced repetition doesn't really work, let me tell you a really quick story about how I came to discover this. Okay, so rewind like 10 years ago and I'm trying to enter into medical school. I'm still in high school right now and I'm doing relatively okay. I'm getting a high grade band, I'm getting some scholarships. I'm doing reasonably well. You know, people used to look at me as a smart kid. I go into university. During this year, I just studied and studied and studied, like non-stop. That's all I did. And in this first year of uni, this is where I really started getting into active recall and spaced repetition. It was all the hype, what still is all the hype. I had thousands of flashcards and I would study literally every day, all day. And when I say all day, I was only getting like 2 or 3 hours of sleep every night. It was very, very bad. And I did that every single day, every single weekend for about 9 to 10 consecutive months. It was pretty brutal. I was incredibly sleep deprived, obviously. I was hallucinating even. I remember one time where I had been awake for like, I think I was awake for like 77 hours and I was probably studying like 70 of those hours. I would study when I was eating, I would study while I was brushing my teeth, I would study in the shower. My entire day was just filled with studying. Obviously I was a little bit obsessed. And I did end up getting very, very good grades, and I ended up getting into medical school. So what happened when I entered into medical school? Well, the thing is that when you enter into medical school, right? So before getting in, I was studying about this much, okay? That year I essentially memorized this whole textbook. And probably a little bit more for the other subjects as well. But when I got into medical school, I realized that there was a lot more that I needed to learn. And in fact, the content was about double. I needed to study about double. So for those of you that are pretty good at maths, you'll know that you can't study more than, like if you're studying 20 hours a day, you can't study 40 hours a day, no matter how ling-ling you are. And that was obviously a problem because I just entered into medical school and I didn't want to fail. So I had to figure out a better way to study. So that's when I started looking into effective study techniques. And what really got me was that I was spending a lot of time doing my flashcards and spaced repetition and active recall and all of that sort of stuff. And it wasn't really getting the type of results that I wanted. There were guys in my class who I like never saw studying, and they would consistently outperform me in my tests and exams, and it was pretty frustrating. So I looked into the research and I started experimenting with different ways that I could study, and I did this like a crazy person. Like my life depended on it because my livelihood did. I didn't want to spend my whole life just sitting in a library wasting away. And everything I learned, I taught to other students. By the time I'd finished my 3rd year of uni, I'd already gotten a teaching certificate. So I'd learned a lot more about the theory behind learning and how that works. And that allowed me to learn even more deeply. Okay, fast forward a few years, I'd actually built an entire business around teaching students. And one of the things I learned while I was teaching other students was that there are some techniques that will work as long as you're already pretty good at studying. If you're not someone that is like very good at what's called deep processing, essentially someone that can just pick up a new concept and learn it really, really quickly to begin with, then a lot of the techniques don't actually work, or it's not enough. And so for me, as essentially a learning professional, teaching others and getting paid to help them learn to learn, I had to figure out a way to help students to do well, even if they weren't already, like a genius. And this is kind of where the story begins, because it's been 10 years and I've learned a lot. So hear me out on this. So the first thing that I want to say is that I know that what I'm going to say today goes in the face of maybe everything that you've heard from your friends or your teachers or your parents or other people on YouTube. I know and I get it. When I teach you what I've learned, it's going to make sense to you as well, okay? But there is a lot to cover. There's a lot of stuff I'm going to go through that you've probably never heard before. So before we understand why active recall and spaced repetition doesn't work as well as people hype it up to, we first need to understand a little bit about how learning actually works in the first place. Because without knowing that, we're not going to understand where it works and then where it fails. And that's going to be really important for you to look at your own studying system and actually start tweaking it. If you don't know why it works in the first place, every time you have an issue, you're not going to know how to problem solve it. And I think that's very important to know. So the first thing I want to point out is that studying is not the same thing as learning. And this may be something that is really obvious to you, but I found that a lot of students have not ever thought about this, is the fact that studying is actually this process that we are doing physically, right? It could be the writing of notes when we're in class or revising material. It could be us watching a video about something. Right now, you might be studying this video as you're listening. This is the stuff we do out in the physical world. And the purpose of doing this is so that we can get learning occurring. So the purpose of studying is to produce learning, and learning is actually the cognitive process that occurs. And this is essentially when information is connected into our brain, and we can say that we have learned successfully if that knowledge is retained, and preferably we are actually able to use it and apply this knowledge. So learning and studying are two separate things. So if you were to take a textbook and then you were to smash your face into the textbook, you would not say that that is either studying or learning. But if you were to smash your face into the textbook enough times, you will, at the very least, have learnt the name of the title of the textbook as it comes into your face repeatedly. That's not the best wording that I could have used for that. As it impacts your face repeatedly. And so in this example, we have actually learned something. So if your friend were to say, hey, how are you going to study for that test? And you say, oh, just the usual, slamming the textbook into my face, then that would be your studying technique, I guess. Now, that's an extreme example. Well, what about if you were to open up the textbook and then you were to touch the pages? What if you were to flick the pages? What if you were to look at the pages while you were flicking them? What if you were to read the words on the pages? What if you were to read slowly? What if you were to then read it and then write something? Do you see how changing different things about the activity changes the amount of learning that it engages? So it shows that the learning process is something that is activated by the studying process, and not all studying processes activate the same amount of learning. So that means that you can potentially spend 10 hours studying using one technique and then get only 1 hour of learning if your technique is only, let's say, 10% efficient. Now, in reality, it's really hard to put these exact percentage numbers on it because it's just really hard to measure, but you get the gist. Some techniques are really efficient. You can get a lot of learning in your brain done using them. Some techniques are less efficient. And broadly speaking, we call the techniques that are more effective at learning active learning techniques. And there is a huge range of active learning techniques that we can use while we're studying. So what is it that is actually happening in our brain when we say that this learning thing is encoding? Okay, so let me give you a very quick dive into how our memory actually works. There's this one model for our memory that is called the multi-store model of memory. And this can get pretty complicated, but long story short, it says that there are different places in our memory where the information goes. Number one, when we take in information, it comes in as sensory information. So this is the type of stuff that we might be seeing with our eyes or listening with our ears. Right now, you're receiving sensory information. And this goes into a part of our brain which is called the sensory memory. So that's relatively straightforward. Now, information from your sensory memory is forgotten very, very quickly. Because if you imagine holding on to every piece of information that you are bombarded with on a daily basis and remembering all of that, your brain would just explode. Imagine remembering every single sensation that is on your skin, every license plate you see as you're walking. That would be incredibly overwhelming, but more importantly, it's very energy inefficient. If we don't need that information, it's not going to keep it. In fact, it's a life or death situation from your body's point of view. Your brain consumes already at rest around 20% of your resting energy caloric intake per day. So what that means is that if it's unnecessarily being super active, holding on to irrelevant information, you will literally die. So the point is that your brain is really, really efficient at forgetting anything that is not relevant and not necessary. What happens after this is that if you intend to keep this information, if you want to remember it for longer, then it shunts this information into something that is called the working memory. Now, this is also sometimes called the short-term memory, but I like calling it the working memory because it also talks about one of its other functions, which is that when you have information that's in your long-term memory and you want to use it again, it has to go through the working memory first. So here's how this works. Some of this information that initially came in through sensory pathways goes into our working memory, and then from our working memory goes into our long-term memory here. And this is a process that we call encoding. Now, when we want to use this information, we have to retrieve it from our long-term memory, and this is a process that's called retrieval. So that means that every time you are answering a test question or an exam paper, or someone asks you a question about anything, what we're trying to do is we're trying to collect it from our long-term memory, call it forth into our working memory, and that's where we can actually answer or manipulate the information or do something with it. So I like thinking about the working memory almost like a hotel lobby. You can stay there for a short period of time, but you're gonna get kicked out if you don't have a room in the hotel. But to get in and out of this building, you need to pass through the lobby no matter what. So the working memory is where you're gonna be spending a lot of your time when you're manipulating the information, but it's not a good place to hold onto it, because the working memory will also forget information relatively quickly in the span of sort of seconds to minutes. Now, your long-term memory is a little bit different. Your long-term memory will forget things as well, but it will forget things much more slowly. It will forget things in the span of hours to even months. And it depends on how strongly it was encoded in this process here. And that is very, very complicated. I'm not going to be able to get into it. And we also don't fully know exactly all the things that involves. But we do know a few things due to extensive research in this field. And one of those things is that encoding and retrieval are both very, very important. You can't just encode because then your brain doesn't know how to retrieve it properly to actually answer the questions. But also you can't retrieve what you don't encode. You can't pour from an empty bucket. If you don't fill it in the first place, or if your bucket has holes, then when you need to pour stuff out of it, nothing's gonna come out. So they're two sides of the same coin. And students often don't think much about the encoding process, and that's because of another thing that we know about encoding, which is the fact that encoding uses a lot of what we call cognitive load. And cognitive load is, in short, the brain power necessary to do the encoding process. Encoding does not happen without sufficient cognitive load. Now, cognitive load is also something that is actually pretty complicated, and a lot of places teach it wrong. I've even advised at schools where their own school curriculum taught cognitive load incorrectly. But again, the long story short here is that your brain has a certain amount of load that it can kind of tolerate. And this is something that can actually be trained. So if you aren't able to tolerate a lot of this brain power and a lot of this load, then you can actually train that, which I will talk about in other videos. But essentially what happens is that when the load increases, your learning actually increases as well, up to a certain point. So what happens is, if this red line is talking about the amount of cognitive load that you've got on your brain, and then this green line is talking about the amount of learning that's occurring, aka the amount of encoding that is occurring, then what we see is that the amount of learning is really low at low levels of cognitive load. And it goes up as the load goes up to a certain extent. Once it reaches that threshold, it actually starts to plateau and go down. So if we've got too much load, then we're overwhelmed and we're not learning effectively. But if we don't have enough, we're actually just fundamentally not encoding it at all. And all of the techniques that result in very low cognitive load and therefore very low encoding and therefore very low learning and therefore making you forget the same thing that you studied 20 times very, very quickly, these are all called passive learning. And the thing is that this is something that happens in your brain. You can use the same technique such as reading a book, but if you're thinking about it differently, you could get a lot of learning out of it, or you might be completely passive. So it's hard to tell based on just looking at someone studying or seeing what technique they're using, how much cognitive load is actually going on inside their brain. And research is strongly supportive that the relationship between cognitive load and encoding and how good your memory and retention is very strongly associated with the amount of load. So the more load, the better, to a certain point. So what does this cognitive load actually feel like? When you're studying, cognitive load feels confusing. It feels like you're really trying to figure this out. You might have a little bit of cognitive load right now, thinking, what is he talking about? Where is this going? How does that fit in? How do I apply that to my life? How is that similar or different to what else I know? These questions, this confusion, this is cognitive load. And this is a sign that your brain is engaging high efficiency learning pathways, which means that if you're studying and this isn't happening in your brain, you're not getting that cognitive load. And another thing that we know is that when this is happening in your brain, it's directly opposed to feeling bored or drowsy. So if you've ever been studying and you just find it so boring and tedious and you're getting sleepy, and every time you start studying, you fall asleep, that's what used to happen to me all the time. In fact, I probably got more sleep while I just took naps while I was studying than I did in my bed. Well, if that's happening, then that is a sign that your studying technique is actually not very efficient, because it means that you're not using the right types of pathways in your brain. Because if you were, you actually wouldn't feel that. And there is studies that's done on the electrical activity of the brain that shows the different waves. And so right here, this is one of the main reasons why techniques about encoding and this stuff is not really talked about, and you may have never heard of this before, is because of the fact that learning correct encoding is difficult. It's not just difficult in that there are a lot of steps and there's a very specific pathway to allow you to do correct encoding. In my course where I work with students intimately, it takes months to build up someone's encoding to a very, very significant degree. But it is, in essence, forcing yourself to become smarter. When your encoding goes up, you are faster at studying, you can just understand concepts faster, you can just hold on to the information for longer, you don't need to revise it all the time, your confidence goes up, and you just start enjoying the studying process a lot more. But that takes a lot of effort, and you have to be very willing and ready to accept the discomfort that comes with this encoding process. And in fact, this whole idea that it's difficult and it's uncomfortable, this is actually called desirable difficulty. And not many students are willing to go through that discomfort in order to learn the skills. Much like how if you were to go to the gym, you're only getting an effective workout if your muscles are feeling pretty tired. Same thing here is that your brain is only really being used effectively if it has that level of discomfort and cognitive load. So on the flip side, that actually means that retrieval techniques are easier to learn. And this is where active recall and spaced repetition come in. They're very easy techniques to learn. Pretty much anyone can pick it up. It doesn't have any real learning curve. You can hear about it and then 10-15 minutes later, pretty much just do it straight away. And there is going to be a benefit. So we're getting there. We're gonna understand now why it doesn't really work beyond a certain point. Because the reason active recall and spaced repetition works in the first place is by adjusting and working on this forgetting curve. Now, the forgetting curve is a very popular, well-known concept, and it basically says that the first time that you learn something, if this is time on the x-axis here, and this is the amount of knowledge that you have in your head stored, able to be recalled on the y-axis, the first time you learn something, you will actually forget this information relatively quickly. Now, if you were to then revise this information again, let's say a few hours later, then you would then forget it a little bit more slowly. And so every time you repeat this information, you're going to forget it slower and slower and slower until this curve starts plateauing. So you can see that the slope of this here is, pretty steep, whereas over here it's not so steep, which indicates that we're forgetting information a lot slower over here than over here, where we're forgetting a lot of information very quickly. Now, research will say that after 1 week of learning a fact without doing any other type of retrieval in between, you can actually forget around 60% of this information, 50 to 60% of it. So that effectively means that half of all the studying that you did completely just went to waste after just 1 week. And to be honest, a lot of students are not revising stuff at the end of every week to begin with either. So it's actually in reality going to be a lot more of an issue than this, because you essentially just study everything throughout the year, and then before your exams, it's like you're just studying it from fresh. You've forgotten everything. And I'm sure some of you can relate to that. So what active recall and spaced repetition is doing is it's actually moving you along this forgetting curve. So instead of being on this line where the rate of decay, and that is the technical word for this, the rate of decay is very, very quick, we're getting to this slope here. So we are moving and progressing along each slope so that our rate of knowledge decay is a lot slower, which is obviously a good thing. And this is why it works. This is why spaced repetition will work for you if you're not doing it at all. If you're already not doing any type of retrieval, if you're not doing any type of repetition and revision, then it will help you. It will work. But the thing is, it has diminishing returns. In fact, very rapidly diminishing returns. So for those of you that aren't familiar, the idea of diminishing returns is that something can be really good at the beginning, but then it's not so good later on. So let's say, for example, you need to organize your room because it's a mess and you can't find anything anywhere, and every time you're trying to find a sock, it takes you 30 minutes. Then it might take you an hour to clean up and organize your room a little bit. And after an hour, sure, it's not completely organized and it's not the best it could possibly be, but now you can find your sock in just 30 seconds or less. So there's been a huge improvement. But now, if you were to go and try to organize it even more, if you were to try to get it perfect, maybe right now it's 80%, 90% there. But to go that extra 10%, maybe now what you're gonna have to do is organize all your books in alphabetical order and then organize all your socks by different colors and fabrics, and that might take you another 3 or 4 hours. And at the end of the day, it might only help you find your sock faster by like 5 more seconds. So that's what diminishing returns would be. In that first hour of organizing, we get huge and rapid gains, but then it's slower, and the gains that we're getting for the amount of effort that we're putting in is just not quite there. So the reason that active recall and spaced repetition are so evidence-based is that the research strongly shows that students that don't use active recall and spaced repetition do worse than the students that do use it. And that is completely true. You're going from a situation that is bad to better, but from better, there's a very big difference between better and really good or best. So if you're a student that's not aiming to go from failing to just passing or doing relatively well, but you're actually a student that's already doing relatively good, but you want to be excellent, then you're going to find that using active recall and spaced repetition, if you're not using it already, will help you, but it's going to be very difficult to get to those very top marks. And so again, when you look at the research, there isn't really strong evidence to say that for people that are already achieving pretty well, that doing more active recall and spaced repetition helps them. In fact, some research says it's the opposite, and it actually makes it worse. And that's because of the fact that active recall and spaced repetition is inherently very repetitive. In fact, that's kind of the whole reason it works, is that it's repetitive. And you're always fighting the forgetting curve. Your brain is constantly trying to forget this information, and you are forcibly putting it back in there saying, don't forget it, don't forget it, don't forget it. But you have to do that for everything that you're learning. And that will stack up. When you look at all the different subjects that you're taking, all the different facts and all the different concepts, you're gonna have to repeat the same thing 3, 4, 5 times to keep it in your brain, which means that you have to do 3, 4, 5 times the amount of studying and revision to keep it in your brain. If you imagine that the first time you learn something, you could encode it 100%, highest quality, and you just don't forget it for like 6 months, then you would probably find that it's really easy to study for your exams because you don't ever need to revise the information. Now, that isn't possible, but we can get a lot closer to that than most students realize. In fact, more than even most teachers will realize. And so this experience of just repeating information and maybe doing your flashcards over and over again and constantly trying to use spaced repetition and study things, but then still not getting the results that you want, this is probably a very familiar experience to people. And actually, a lot of the students that are using spaced repetition, active recall based systems will find that it's not actually working as well as it seems like it should be working. It's not giving them the results that they've kind of been promised that they expected to get. It can be extremely monotonous and incredibly tedious, very, very time consuming, and in fact, actually pretty demoralizing if you're not getting the results. So in fact, what some of the research will show is that if you were to look at all the different people that are using a technique that involves spaced repetition or active recall, like active recall based spaced repetition algorithm, Anki flashcards, you actually find that the majority of the people that use that technique don't do well. So what that means is that it's actually a really common technique that a lot of people are using, and only some people are going to do well. And those people that will do well using that technique probably already have a pretty good inherent ability to encode. Now, if you're not one of those people that already came into things with a high level of encoding, then you're gonna find that active recall and spaced repetition might actually make your life harder because you're having to spend so much of your time just repeating and relearning the same stuff that you forgot. And that's not necessary. Like I said before, you can actually train this process. You can train your brain to become smarter. You can train your brain to encode information more efficiently the first time you learn it. And this is because of something called neuroplasticity, which essentially says that your brain has the ability to remode and adapt and become better and learn new things. So if you're not someone that is previously really like book smart and academic, and you're not someone that's usually really good at picking up concepts really quickly, you can actually train that. And you can not just train it a little bit, but you can completely just like absolutely massively shift. To the point where some of my students in the past have actually had interviews with their teachers because the teachers didn't understand how they were suddenly doing so well. Just think about that for a second. I do this day in, day out for thousands of students all across the world, so it's very, very consistent. I haven't really ever encountered a single student that couldn't be trained to do this. Literally ever over the last almost 10 years of me teaching this. Okay, but the purpose of this video is not to pitch my course, so if you're interested and you want to just have like that proof that, hey, this actually works, it's not just like some random theory that this dude on YouTube is talking out of like just random thin air. This is stuff that's like real life cemented in actual practice. I've got real students, real data that shows this stuff. In fact, I'm gearing up to publish it in journals. Then you can learn more about that. But anyway, to summarize, what we have said right now is that your brain tends to forget stuff very efficiently if it's not encoded into your long-term memory. Encoding takes cognitive load, that's confusing, that's uncomfortable, but if you learn the techniques to navigate that, then what happens is that your forgetting curve actually just starts becoming a lot flatter to begin with, which means that you just don't need to revise it so often. You can cancel out some of those revisions, and that means that because you're just fundamentally forgetting stuff a lot slower, you just don't need to revise as much, and it's just a huge time save. So at this point, you may be thinking two things. Number one, well, Justin, then how do you do all of this amazing encoding, magical, super silver bullet technique? Well, I will have other videos talking about that because this video is already getting pretty long, and it's necessary to explain why the whole active recall spaced repetition like cult is not as hyped up as it really is in real life. But because again, the encoding techniques are not easy, it's not something I can just smash out through like a 1-minute TikTok. There's really a lot of explanation that goes into it. So I will be having a lot of other videos talking about encoding techniques and going through demonstrations and examples and work-throughs and all of that sort of stuff to just prove to you that it does actually work. It's not just, me making stuff up. But the other thing that you may be thinking or doubting is, well, Justin, if this is as good as you say it is, and this is like the third eye of studying, waking up, then why have I not heard of this before? Why does everyone else on YouTube say that active recall and spaced repetition are God level tech? I literally saw a study guru say active recall and spaced repetition was a God level technique. I almost vomited in my mouth. Why is everyone else saying that? There's a few reasons, and there's actually even some studies done around why people believe studying related myths. And one of those things is because of something called the Dunning-Kruger effect. And it looks a little bit like this. This is the Dunning-Kruger graph. And what you can see here is that there is knowledge on the x-axis and confidence on the y-axis. So when you don't know anything, your confidence is really low. Well, zero, because you know nothing. But when you learn a little bit about something, compared to nothing, that's a lot more. So your confidence grows much, much higher. You become much more confident in this thing. And then when you learn more and more and more, you realize actually, man, there's more to this than I thought. Then as you just commit your life towards learning this, 10, 20 years later, you truly become an expert and your confidence grows again because you legitimately know a lot. So there's only 2 points in which the confidence is really high, and that is after you've spent decades learning about this, or you've only learned a little bit and you just don't know what you don't know. And this is the case just objectively, like it's just the fact. I don't want this to be insulting. Really don't. Like, I don't want this video to have as much backlash as I suspect it will have. But a lot of the study YouTubers out there don't know a lot about how learning actually works or what goes on in the brain. A lot of it is just they've watched other YouTube videos and they've tried a few things and they, got into medical school or law school or something, and they sort of said, hey, it works, let me make a YouTube video about it. And so learning is actually really, really complicated, because I did all of that. I did well, and then I used techniques, and then I got good grades, and I got into medical school, and I graduated, I became a doctor. I even did this whole business thing on the side while I was doing that, all that stuff. And I realized the more I learned, the less I knew. Really, I had overestimated how much I knew 10 years ago. Learning is legitimately really, really complicated. To the point where just one of those concepts that I've talked about today, I've actually done whole 5-hour workshops on just one of those concepts, and that it's still just barely scratching the surface. For a lot of students, active recall and spaced repetition are some of the first techniques that they learn about studying. Before that, it's like, turn your phone off. Don't listen to your favorite song while you're studying. Don't study inside your bed covers. Stuff like that. Just simple tips and tricks of just straight up, don't do that. That's a terrible idea type of advice. And active recall and spaced repetition are often some of the first actual techniques that someone will learn. And it's a good first technique to learn because it's easy to use and it does, again, produce benefit if you're not doing it already. But again, statistically speaking, there's more people that use that technique and don't do well than people that use that technique and do well. And this leads me to the second reason why you don't hear about it so much, which is success bias. Now, the story behind success bias says that there were these planes in World War II or something that came back after their raids, and they found that the wings had the most amount of bullet holes in them. So the military said, okay, well, we should put less armor around the cockpit area because obviously that place is not getting shot as much. And then a military statistician said, no, that would be a terrible idea. The only reason that our planes that we're seeing have more bullet holes on the wings is because all the planes that got shot in the middle never returned. They all died. So when's the last time you saw a YouTube video from someone talking about how they failed? And that's the thing, is that when you don't do well, you're not super keen on telling the world about it. You're a lot less likely to make a big YouTube video or grow a channel about failing to use a technique. So you don't hear a lot of the stories of people using these techniques and not doing well. I, on the other hand, as someone that is actually employed as a coach to help students that tried to use techniques and it didn't work, I get to see how many times people are following this advice and it's not producing those results. The number of times that students will use techniques like active recall and spaced repetition and not do well is overwhelmingly more common than the students that will use it and then do well. And even for the students that do well, they usually come back 1 or 2 years later when they're later in uni or the content is more difficult or there's just more to know, and they're saying it's no longer sustainable because they're just spending way too much time or there's just too much content and they're just not able to keep on top of it. They're falling behind and they're not able to finish all of their flashcards or however else they're using it. So because we're only seeing the success stories, we're led to believe that it's more useful and more effective than it actually is. Which leads me to the third bias, which is something called availability bias. And what this says is that we will judge how legit something is based on how commonly we encounter it. So if we encounter a bunch of different people saying, hey, vaccines are dangerous, we will believe that vaccines are dangerous. The same can be said of climate change. The same can be said about flat earthers, and the same can be said about active recall and spaced repetition, because so many videos and so many people are talking about it, because of the fact that it's easy, because of the fact that it's popular, because of the fact of success bias, because of the fact that this encoding related stuff is just not as easy to explain in a very short YouTube video, as you can see from this unnecessarily long YouTube video probably. You are led to believe that it's more legit and it's not your fault. It's just the way that our brain is wired. It's just a biological tendency of the human brain is that when something is more available, we think it is more legitimate. And this has been studied across all different fields, including, politics and science belief and all of this stuff. If we see it more, we think it's more legit. And it creates this spiral. We get people that are learning this from these common and popular videos. They think it's legit. They try it. The ones that are successful feel really confident. They make a YouTube video about it, and that becomes even more common. So it produces this sort of spiral of really confident people learning something from common knowledge, then just kind of making it more and more and more and more common. And now it seems like that's kind of the only way to do things. But that's actually very demoralizing, because if that truly is the best study technique there is, and you've tried it and you're not getting the result that you want, then does that mean you're not able to achieve your academic goals? Does that mean you're too dumb? Does it mean that you're just not going to be able to do it? But that's not the case. That's not the case. So again, I'm not saying that active recall and spaced repetition are bad. It's a good part of your studying system. But if that is the only thing that you're relying on and you're not actually building good encoding techniques, then you're essentially just trying to refill a bucket with a hole in it. Obviously, the best step is to patch that hole to begin with. Now, most students really underestimate their potential. If you're already good at encoding, the chances are that you can actually improve that even more, usually significantly. Some of the students that are coming into my course are already getting, let's say, 90% or in a test or an exam or more. They're increasing their study efficiency by 2 to 3 times. They're studying only 30% or 50% of how much they used to study beforehand and getting the same grades. I've got students that are going from getting, failing their papers, C's and D's, to getting the top marks in their entire cohort. And yes, it's not easy. No, it's not just, hey, plug in this technique and you can just solve all your problems and it evaporates and you become, like the Yoda of studying. It's not like that. They are working hard and they're developing these skills, just like you'd have to work hard and develop the skills to play a musical instrument or to play a sport really well. Same thing is that when you really train yourself to use certain studying techniques, you can actually kind of unlock your brain's potential, which is a super cliche thing to say and it makes me cringe a little bit to say it, but it's kind of true. So I would say for those of you that are feeling super confident about your study skills right now because you feel like you already know all the techniques and you know how to use them, approach things with an open mind. You never know, maybe if you were to study this field for another 20 years, you might realize that there's more to it than you realize. It's possible, it's possible. I'm not saying that's the case. You could be an absolute just genius, but it's possible, right? It's possible. It's worth having an open mind about, right? That's all I'm saying. Or if you're someone that is in the situation where you've tried a lot of study techniques and it hasn't worked for you and you're feeling demoralized and you're feeling like it's hopeless and you don't know whether you can do it, or you don't think a career is right for you because you think you're too dumb, or it's not within your capacity, and other study techniques, you've tried it and none of it has worked before, then this video is really for you. And I'm here to say that you can do it. You can train yourself to be better. And you will have to work hard, but you're probably willing to work hard if you know it's going to get you the results. So for you, I'd say actually have some hope. It may be that you've just tried really hard at the wrong thing. If you want to learn more about this, then consider subscribing. Anyway.
Okay, so now we understand the problems with active recall and spaced repetition when they're used in the wrong way, but it doesn't mean that those strategies are completely useless. In fact, flashcards are actually one of the best strategies to use when all you're trying to do is learn volumes of very specific, lower order, simple information. And if the way you need to use that information is for just discrete fact recall. And unfortunately, if you are a student and you're studying for exams, often you do have some things that you need to rote learn. But the effectiveness of flashcards for rote learning also largely depends on the way that you use the flashcards. So in this next section, I'm gonna give you a masterclass on how you can use Anki, which is probably the most popular flashcard app out there, in the most effective way possible to level up your retrieval skills.
Did you know that there is a more advanced way of using flashcard apps like Anki? I'm willing to bet you did it because it took me years of using flashcards and reading through research to figure this out. In this video, I'm going to tell you what flashcards are great for and what they are terrible for, even though a lot of people still use them this way. And at the end of this video, I'm going to tell you my strategy for how you can make flashcards less overwhelming, more memorable, and you can triple their effectiveness. I've taught this strategy very successfully to hundreds of students over the years, and whether you're using Anki or any other flashcard app, there are things that you can do to make them dramatically more effective. If you're new to this channel, welcome. I'm Dr. Justin Sung. I'm a learning coach and researcher and the head of learning at I Can Study. I'm also a former medical doctor. For the last decade, I've taught tens of thousands of students around the world to learn more efficiently. Now, a couple years ago, one of the videos that really blew up on my channel was the problems with spaced repetition and active recall. And if your system of learning does depend on spaced repetition, then there are some serious problems with it that I do talk about in all of my other videos. But it doesn't mean that flashcards do not have its place. In fact, I've probably used flashcards more than most people. After all, across my medical degree, my honors degree, my master's degree, my learning teaching certification, I've spent over 8 years learning at uni to eventually become top ranked. Flashcards, including apps like Anki, can be a very effective and useful tool in your toolkit. But like any tool, we have to know how to use it properly. For example, you might have the best screwdriver in the world, but you can't build an entire house with nothing else but a screwdriver. At least not without seriously abusing your screwdriver, taking 10 years longer than it needed to, and probably injuring yourself in the process. So let's take a quick look at what flashcards are good at and what they are bad at, and then I'll tell you the strategy for how you can increase the good and reduce the bad. So most flashcards work like this. You have a prompt, which could be a question or a fill in the blanks or an image occlusion, which is basically just fill in the blanks with an image. You then answer it from memory and mark it as correct or incorrect. Some apps even let you rate how easy it was to get that answer right, and that affects the spacing algorithm. And then depending on how long that algorithm calculated for you, you're then prompted to answer that question again, and this could be even just a few minutes later, up to weeks. Flashcards are useful for 3 main reasons. Firstly, it triggers active retrieval of knowledge, which has well-proven benefits on your memory and retention. Now, the research is surprisingly complicated here, much more complicated than a lot of people make it out to be, so we're not going to go into exactly why and how it helps you, but in summary, actively retrieving your knowledge is a very important part of any learning system, and you should definitely do it. No learning system is complete without having retrieval practice. The problems can arise when you rely on the retrieval too much, but we'll get to that later. Secondly, it makes it very easy to space your repetitions out, and it allows you to repeat stuff not at a topic or subject level, but at a fact or at a concept level, depending on your ability to recall that fact or concept. Repetition to some extent is always going to be necessary for learning, so flashcard apps apps make this a lot easier. Honestly, the person that invented the digital lateness system is a genius. Trying to manage this with a manual calendar and a schedule and tracking every single thing that you got right or wrong would be a nightmare and extremely time consuming. And time consuming isn't always a bad thing, but in this case, that time is not invested in learning, it's just admin time. And lastly, it helps with something called micro-learning. Micro-learning is when you have these study sessions that are very concentrated in short bursts of time, like only a few minutes long. And for some very complicated reasons that we haven't fully figured out yet, micro-learning tends to be quite effective. Having these concentrated, shorter bursts of studying tends to have a disproportionately high benefit for your memory and your retention. Now, that isn't to say that having longer study sessions is not useful. What it means is that having the shorter ones that are only like 3 to 7 minutes long are also useful. So flashcards are great for this. You can use flashcards when you're waiting for the bus, when you're on the toilet, when you're waiting to order a coffee. You could stack up to maybe 20 or 30 minutes a day of micro learning without actually scheduling any extra time. You're just using these pockets of time that you might not have been able to utilize before. And so when you look at these three main benefits, you can see it's genuinely very useful. Add on top of the fact that it's also pretty straightforward and easy to use, and it doesn't take a long time to learn to use them correctly. Flashcards are very, very popular. So what are flashcards not good at? Well, even though flashcards trigger active retrieval of knowledge, the way you retrieve the knowledge makes a big difference. Flashcard apps are generally designed to test you on a 1-to-1 ratio. What that means is that you get one prompt or question that tests you on one concept or fact. And this is good for direct fact recall and memorization, but it's not as helpful for the higher order learning needs where you actually need to draw on multiple concepts and facts and how they influence and relate to each other. And I talk about this concept a lot in my other videos, like all the time. Now, you could make flashcards like a challenging exam question that tests you on these interrelated concepts, but it tends to get a little bit messy. It's a lot longer to create those questions, it takes longer to answer them, and it's tricky to understand whether you should mark a question right or wrong. For example, if your flashcard is testing you now on 6 or 7 different concepts and facts, and you get 5 of those correct, and you miss one of them, do you answer that card as correct or incorrect? If you've ever tried this yourself, you know that it gets pretty messy once you start testing on more than 2 or 3 facts and concepts per card. So problem number 1 is that it only really helps for the lower order style direct fact recall and memorization type of learning, which is usually not enough to get you the best marks, or especially if you're at uni and beyond, even a pass. Which is also part of problem number 2, flashcards get overwhelming very quickly. If you try to use flashcards to learn absolutely everything, then you get to a point where you have to do hundreds of flashcards every single day, and this is very time consuming and also not very effective. As I often talk about in my videos, human memory excels when knowledge is connected into a network. When information is less connected in a network, your brain holds onto that information much less strongly, which means you forget it more easily. It's really common for students to rely so heavily on apps like Anki that they don't actually use any other learning methods, which might be much better at building higher order knowledge networks. Since all knowledge must exist in a network for it to be retained and used, and because flashcards are pretty bad at building knowledge networks, we end up with a mountain of information we have to learn through pure rote memorization and repetition, even if we didn't need to in the first place. It actually creates unnecessary work for us, and it's a very brute force way of trying to study a topic. And I can tell you, experts in their field that know more about that field than anyone else, they're not sitting at home doing flashcards on the hundreds of new journal articles that are released every week. They probably aren't using flashcards at all, in fact. And again, it goes back to that analogy of the screwdriver. Yes, a screwdriver can be really good at what it does, and you can love using your screwdriver for tightening a screw. If you've never used a screwdriver before, you're gonna feel that it's amazing compared to trying to tighten a screw with your fingernail, but it doesn't mean that it magically solves every possible need that you have when you're building a house. Flashcards are great at what it's good at, but when you try to use it in ways that it's not good at, it's not efficient and it's actually gonna do more harm than good. And then once you do get overwhelmed by the volume of flashcards, it's actually very hard to escape because now you're investing so much of your time into doing your flashcards that you can't use other methods without falling behind. And in some cases, being able to get a flashcard correct might actually even be harmful. So this is problem number 3, which is that flashcards are very repetitive, which is the whole point of it. But there's another part to this. Because we repeat the same flashcard again and again, we may end up memorizing the flashcard rather than the actual knowledge. And you've probably already experienced this before. For example, if you've got a flashcard that asks the question, what is the function of the mitochondria? And the answer is mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. Then if you do this flashcard enough times, you might actually just read what is the function of, and then you already know that the rest of this flashcard says mitochondria. Then if you do this enough times, you might recognize the flashcard just by reading what is the and at that point, you already know that the rest of it's gonna say function of a mitochondria. And you're able to recall the answer straight away without even having to read the whole question, which might seem like a really good thing because your recall is faster, but it's not. The problem here is that we're no longer testing our ability to recall the knowledge anymore. All we're testing is our ability to associate that particular flashcard with that particular answer. So when we get into an exam or any other type of assessment, and we're asked on that knowledge, but in a way that's different to how our flashcard put it, we may actually struggle to recall that knowledge because it's not testing our recall of the knowledge in itself anymore. When we get these types of questions wrong, we could often look at it and say, well, I just made a silly mistake because I already knew that. But actually, there's a very big and important difference between knowing something and being able to retrieve and use it in a realistic setting. So as a rule of thumb, if I see a student using flashcards for almost all of their learning and they end up with hundreds or even thousands of them, I know that they're probably doing more harm than good, like much more harm than good. So therefore, to make flashcards more effective, we need to make them better at doing the higher order learning stuff and make them less overwhelming, and also stop ourselves from getting into that pattern where we're just memorizing the flashcard rather than the knowledge. And surprisingly, potentially one of the most useful things that you can actually do is to like this video. And the second most important thing is to follow the strategy that I'm about to teach you. Now, this strategy is very rare. I almost never really see anyone using flashcards like this, even though it is extremely effective. About 6 years ago, I coached a young athlete. They were a world-class Olympic level athlete, and they had a 30-hour per week training schedule. And I was coaching them not on their athletics, I was coaching them to handle studying for uni and handle all of their learning stuff while they were also doing this crazy training. This person had really no time to sit down and study for long periods of time. The only time they had was a 6-hour block on a Saturday where they could get through as much studying as possible. And as a result of that experience, I learned a lot about micro-learning and how to really make micro-learning, including flashcards, work for you. And since then, I've taught these principles and techniques that I'm about to teach you to thousands of students. So here's how we want to set your learning up. You want to split your dedicated long study sessions into 3 parts. Now, when I say a long study session, I think anything more than 3 or 4 hours, I'd say is a long study session. But it's kind of relative. Like if you're studying 3 to 4 hours every single day, and then your long session is like a 7-hour block on a weekend, then you could call that your long study session. The first part is targeted review. The second part is consolidation and preparation. And the third part is preview. In the second part, which is consolidation and preparation, we're going to be covering all the material that we've learned since our previous long study session. So that could have been maybe a few days ago or even a whole week ago. During this time, you're going to review your material, you're going to write your notes. This is kind of like the main, what we'd normally think of as your normal study time. And if possible, I'd recommend that you use an efficient method for encoding that is non-linear and multi-order. And if you don't know how to do that, then I'd really recommend checking out my video on how I studied for my master's, where I literally show you exactly how I did it. Now, of course, as I always talk about, the quality of your encoding makes a big difference to how much you forget and the quality of your knowledge. It's not something that you can just pick up and learn in 30 seconds. I'm gonna teach you the principles, I teach you the techniques in my other videos all the time. You have to actually practice it. So if you're sitting there watching this, thinking that you can get good at this or know how to do it just by watching videos, that's not gonna happen. Okay, like it's a skill, it's not just a theory, you have to actually put into practice. Anyway, while you're going through the material and you're encoding it, you're actually filtering out the information. So the stuff that you feel like you can encode, you're gonna encode it with whatever method that you're using, and the stuff that you feel like you're gonna forget even by using that method or it just doesn't fit, that's the stuff that goes into your flashcards. It's already different because a lot of people will just dump absolutely everything onto their flashcards, and again, that's kind of, as soon as you do that, you're fighting a losing battle. At first, the flashcards you make are going to be simple, just direct recall of facts and concepts, just kind of the normal way that you'd use flashcards. And if you, again, have an effective method of encoding, then you should have already less flashcards than before because you'll have less things to just straight up memorize. But here is where things get interesting. Throughout the week, in these little pockets of time, you're going to continue to do your flashcards. And you should reasonably be able to get through around about 100 to 150 flashcards per week just through these random little pockets of time. And if you've got more than that, then that probably indicates that your method of encoding is actually holding you back instead. So that's the trigger for you to go check out my videos on encoding. As you go throughout the week and you're completing the flashcards, you need to mark the ones that you got correct 3 times in a row. We want to come back to these later. Most apps have some kind of like star or flag or some kind of way to kind of just note that flashcard. We're gonna want to be able to find all of the ones that we got correct 3 times in a row. Likewise, if you get a flashcard incorrect 3 times in a row, we also want to flag that one too. Flag it something different so you can tell the two apart. Now in your next long study session, which is a few days or a week later, we're going to have a list of flashcards that we got correct 3 times in a row and a list of flashcards that we got incorrect 3 times in a row. And at the beginning of this long study session, we're going to do our targeted review. Start with the flashcards you got wrong 3 times in a row. The chances are these flashcards are going to continue to be a problem for you, and so it's not worth it to just leave it inside your flashcard deck and continue to just repeat them again and again, sometimes getting it right, sometimes getting it wrong. It's just gonna clog up your system. It's worthwhile to just spend a little bit more time to really consolidate the knowledge in those cards so that you reduce the chances of you forgetting them. For each of these cards, spend 5 to 10 minutes per card to go a little bit deeper and to try to connect that fact or concept with your prior existing knowledge or other parts of the topic, or create analogies. We're gonna try to build more of a network around this. It doesn't matter if you can't get through all of your incorrect list. If you dedicate a part of your study sessions every time to doing this, you're just gonna help reduce that flashcard burden over time. Now, if you do this and then you still get those flashcards wrong, then you just do the same process again, but this time you go even deeper and you build even more connections and create even more of a network around it. This often does mean that you'll have to go a little bit out of scope of the topic, but honestly, it's fine. The time it takes to go out of scope but hold on to that piece of information is just gonna be worth it. You might also find when you do this that you look at this card and you think, you know what, I don't even really need to know this, which would be great because then you can just remove it from your system and you don't have to worry about it again. The more things you can get rid of, the better it is. For the cards you got correct 3 times in a row, we're gonna go through those and merge and upgrade them. We already remember the basic facts, so let's challenge ourselves with a higher level. Take a look at all the facts and concepts that you got in that correct list of cards and start thinking how some of these cards might be related to each other or influence each other. When you see that some of these things might be connected, we're gonna combine them to create a higher order question instead. For example, if you got 2 flashcards correct and one of them said, how does protein synthesis work? And the other one said, how are hormones received by cell receptors? Then you could fuse the 2 of them together to create a question that's like, how do hormones influence protein synthesis? So this new card is actually testing on the same basic facts as the original, but now we're also testing on the relationships and influences that they have on each other. So there are multiple benefits of doing this. Number 1, it just reduces the number of flashcards you've got to deal with. Number 2, it forces you to think about relationships and builds networks. And number 3, it builds on your existing knowledge. And what I mean by that is that when you have this kind of mega flashcard that's a combination accumulation of multiple other ones, you already know that you've got mastery over the foundational information, so when you test yourself on that, it's unlikely that you're going to get like 80% of it right every single time and then just 20% of it consistently wrong. And because the flashcards are constantly merging and changing as your mastery grows, you're not going to get into that point where you're just so repetitive on it that you're just memorizing only the flashcard. And then as you go, your flashcards should continue to just converge and get upgraded. Now, it does take a little bit of time to set all of this up and use this process, but first of all, it pays itself off in efficiency gains across really just like 1 or 2 weeks. But also, it's probably faster to answer each of these questions because it's constantly building on what you already know, and creating these challenging questions is much easier when you've got that filtered list to work with and you can just see exactly how they could come together. It's easier than just trying to do it from scratch. So these 2 steps, which is the reviewing your incorrect ones and going deeper, and then reviewing your correct ones to fuse and take them higher, this is part 1, targeted review. And then in part 2, we're gonna go through our new material, which is where we're encoding even more, and then obviously we're creating even more flashcards to work with for the week to come. And then part 3 is the preview. Preview is when you're priming yourself in the material that you haven't really covered yet. It's one of the most important parts of studying. If you had to choose between only doing review versus only doing the preview, I would always say go for preview, because it's the thing that's gonna stop you from forgetting so much in the first place. It makes everything easier from that point onwards. You can always catch up on review if you start falling behind, but if you don't do the preview, then you're just constantly going to be falling behind because you're just gonna forget so much. Preview is ultimately what stops you from getting overwhelmed. So by following the strategy, you will find that your flashcards become more challenging, but in a good way. They're a lot more engaging and enjoyable. It helps you to prepare for your exams a lot more comprehensively. It makes flashcards less overwhelming and overall improves your retention.
So that brings us to the end of chapter 1, which is about retrieval. In the next section, we are now starting with encoding.
Okay, so encoding and increasing that long-term memory, not being over-reliant on spaced repetition and active recall. Here's how you do it. For those that are new, my name is Dr. Justin. I'm a medical doctor, a learning coach, and I help students learn to learn. If you haven't watched my video on the problem to do with active recall and spaced repetition and this thing called encoding versus retrieval and the idea of cognitive load and all of that sort of stuff, you definitely want to check that out first. Otherwise, this video isn't gonna make as much sense. For those of you that have seen it, okay, let's dive into some of the basics. Hey, it's future me, and someone said that I should do a quick introduction about the points I'm going to cover, and I forgot to do that. So in this video, I'm going to talk about the basic principle behind how you can do encoding, and then I'm going to talk about the second point, which is to increase your encoding tolerance and cognitive load tolerance, because those are 2 like fundamental. It doesn't get more fundamental than that. They're like the step 0 of starting to do effective encoding. What you'll find is that I don't talk about specific like techniques like step 1, step 2, step 3, do this, like write your notes like this. So you're probably going to have questions like, how do I write my notes? Or what do I do for this subject? Or what do I do for this subject? And the reason that I didn't cover that is because there's like literally hundreds of different variations of this. And so it's better for me to just teach you the principle. If it abides by the principles that I talk about in this video, it's probably going to be okay-ish. If it doesn't abide by these principles, then it's definitely not okay. But again, I've got other videos that I'll post up about, more specific techniques and examples. And this is really just that first step introduction into the basics of encoding, which I hope to just build on in future videos. Anyway, back to the actual thing. Before we really start, it is important to realize that encoding techniques are not easy by nature, like literally by definition, right? Encoding involves cognitive load, and cognitive load naturally feels uncomfortable, naturally feels confusing. So if you are using an encoding technique, especially a new one that you haven't tried before, and you're finding that it's hard to wrap your head around and you're just like generally a little lost, that's actually completely normal. In fact, if you didn't feel that, it probably means you're doing it wrong. So a lot of students will use an encoding technique the first time, they'll give it a go and they feel this and then they back off. They will give up, they'll say, hey, it's not working for me, I'm not getting those results. The results do not come immediately. It's kind of like training your muscles. It's kind of like learning to play an instrument. It takes time to develop the skill. For some people, that's only a few days. For some people, it's only a few hours. But for most people, that's around a month to 2 months. And that can be a little bit daunting, but I do promise that the result pays off So, how do we do this whole encoding thing? There are a lot of different techniques that you can use to encode, but every single encoding technique has to sort of follow a few basic principles. And I'm gonna drive them down to just 2. Okay, so the first step is understanding about different orders of learning. There are low orders of learning and then there are high orders of learning. Deep processing, higher encoding, this happens a lot more when we're at the higher order of learning. So encoding is really only happening when you have clear organizational structure in your brain. What that means is that you not only know what the information is, but you know how it fits in. There is a way of navigating this information in your brain that makes intuitive and logical sense. There usually isn't a lot that relies on you having memorized things, like memorize different groups of anything. It's usually pretty logical. And so someone that has done a high level of encoding, when they explain something, it sounds very simple. And you can often get that feeling of like, wow, I never thought of it that simply before. And they can do the classic kind of explaining it to a 5-year-old or explaining it to a 10-year-old. And that is a sign generally of someone having a higher order of learning. So how do we know what higher order learning is? There are 2 different frameworks that we can use to understand this. The first one is called Bloom's taxonomy. And as you can see, the lower order learning is really the stuff at the bottom levels, the remembering and the understanding. A lot of people will say that just memorizing something is not real learning. Understanding is when you're getting real learning. That's not true, because understanding something is still very isolated. When we're doing good encoding, we never want information to be isolated. Every single thing that you consume, every information that comes into your sensory memory, that you shunt into your working memory, again, if this is foreign to you, check out that other video that I mentioned before. All of that stuff in our working memory, that's gonna be forgotten in seconds. We've got seconds. So in the seconds that information is in our working memory, that's our opportunity to encode it into a long-term memory. If we miss that window, we're wasting time. So we can't just consume information first and then settle on it and then consolidate it and then try to encode it afterwards. By then, it's already late. We've already put it into kind of like a memorization box. We're already sort of looking at it in terms of stuff to rote learn through repetition. And what I found is that students that are generally pretty heavy with the rote learning or the memorization, if they don't follow this right order, then they are so pulled into their previous habit of just rote learning that it's very, very, very difficult to break out of, and certainly will waste a lot of time. So step number 1, as soon as possible, we want to just jump to higher order learning. And that is something like applying, but more so things like analyzing and evaluating the ideas. So here's how we work up the ladder. And I want you to think about where you spend most of your time thinking. Again, we want to be at those higher levels, not just in general, but as early as possible. Okay, that's the key. So the lower level is about remembering. This is just like recalling facts and individual details. The next level is about understanding. If you understand it, you can explain it. The next level above this is applying. So this means solving problems, but the problems are usually pretty concept specific, like isolated problems, testing on just individual concepts. And then we have analyzing. So analyzing is the first point at which we're starting to take ideas and bring them together and comparing them against each other. So it's not just about having one idea and then just understanding that idea really, really well and focusing on understanding that idea. And you'll hear me talk about this in a lot of other videos as well. It's about taking that idea and then looking at it in relation to another idea and comparing and contrasting between them. But not just one or two, but multiple different ideas and seeing the relationships between them. And then the next step, evaluating. This is about not just comparing and contrasting the ideas, but it's about figuring out how we can judge them, how we can prioritize them. So we might know that we have 3 concepts that are related to each other. Concept A, concept B, concept C, and we know that there is a relationship here. Evaluating would be saying, okay, which of these relationships is actually the most important? Is it this one here? Or is it this relationship that's the most important? Or is it kind of like, okay, A that leads to B, and then A and B together combined lead to C? Is that the nature of the relationship? So when you're analyzing, you may have an understanding that there is a relationship. You may get an idea that they are connected, that they are related to each other, that they exert some kind of influence. But when you're evaluating, it means that you understand it much more deeply. You're very explicit, you're very clear about what the nature of that relationship is and how important it is in the big picture, in the grand scheme of things. So I want you to start trying to find the similarities, essentially doing that level 5 thinking of evaluating or analyzing the information with this next part. So another taxonomy that we can use apart from Bloom's is solo taxonomy. And I personally like this one a little bit more. So if you think about this one, this part where we're actually saying that the ideas don't exist in isolation anymore, but we're actually starting to see the connections between them, we're getting this in this kind of relational type of learning. But then when we actually start implementing the bigger picture, we have an understanding of its significance with the bigger picture, that's now activating higher order learning. So in order to do correct encoding, we always need to try to relate the information to each other and to the bigger picture. So we're always trying to relate the information to each other and to the bigger picture. Now for some people, this is actually an automatic process that they will do. Students that are already pretty good at encoding, they will naturally do this. But I found that a lot of the time, this process goes sort of subconscious and they will sort of flick in and out of this method of thinking. What I'm saying is that it's actually possible, very possible. Like this is legitimately kind of one of the core principles of a lot of the techniques that I teach is the idea that you don't actually need to really spend much time at all on the lower levels of thinking. You don't really need to try to memorize or try to understand something. Now you're thinking, Justin, how am I going to evaluate and analyze and get an understanding of the big picture of something without even knowing what it is? Like without understanding something, how will I be able to do that? And the answer is that you can't do that. And that's the point. Your brain will automatically fill in the lower order levels of thinking. So the idea here is that you set your goal, your focus, your objective is to do the higher order thinking as early as possible. By doing that, your brain will automatically do the memorizing and the understanding and the application of it on the way there without you even trying to do that. And the benefit of this is that because you have the big picture in mind, the information naturally becomes more organized. Because if you were to do it step by step, if you were to take each individual piece of information, sensory memory into your working memory, you say, okay, I'm gonna memorize this. Okay, now I'm gonna try to understand it more deeply. Okay, now I'm gonna try to apply this, and then I'm gonna try to see how it fits in the big picture. If you were to do that, then each piece of information is being consumed individually. And it's isolated. And at that point, remember, we've got seconds to encode it from our working memory to our long-term memory. At that moment, we have decided that we are going to look at it in isolation first. And already our organizational structure is starting off on the wrong foot. So now we have to spend time to unlearn the way that we had organized it and then find another way to organize it afterwards. So it's kind of like if you have a really messy room, it's like putting all of your stuff in there first and then going into your messy room and saying, okay, let's clean it up. It actually makes more sense to take each individual item, look at all the other items you need to put into your room, think, okay, I can see that I've got a lot of stationery. I probably need to find a way to organize that stationery in my room. So if you're thinking about this to begin with, when you pick up your pencil, then you know where it's gonna go. So it's organized to begin with. It takes a little bit longer to process through the information the first time round, but it's much incomparably faster, and it saves you a lot of time because that information is encoded straight away, and you'll find that your retention can be 80, 90, I mean, I've got some of the students on my course that are saying that their retention is like 90% plus after 2-3 weeks of not even having looked at it again. And that's far above the what the research says is the just generally accepted norm of around 40 to 60%, sort of 50% area. So that's the first thing, okay? That's the first thing. So let me just really quickly summarize that, is that in order to do good encoding, you have to try to organize the ideas in relation to the big picture. And you do this by comparing the ideas against each other and against the big picture, and then creating an actual organizational system so that each piece of information knows where to fit. So every technique that you use should try to leverage off that. That means you're not just reading something and then just writing notes on it. You shouldn't be doing that. If you read something and just write notes on it straight away, then you're not letting your brain figure out how to organize it first. You should never really be committing anything, into your notes or anything like that until you've figured out a way to organize it in relation to other concepts and in relation to the bigger picture, right? So we're always looking for those relationships. We're always looking to build big picture relevance. Now, it sounds simple, and for some of you, it truly will be simple. And for those of you, you're probably already a pretty good academic achiever yourself. This part of the message is really for those students that are listening that will struggle with this. And this is the statistical majority, vast majority of students. Even some high achieving students, especially in the high school level, they're high achieving because they're relying on repetition. But this is a completely different method of thinking. So you could be a very high achiever, but you may actually still be not that good at encoding. And then what you'll find is that as the information gets harder and harder, this repetition-based learning becomes less and less sustainable, like I talked about in my last video. So for those of you that are struggling with this method of thinking, just remember what I said before, is that it is a skill. You do need to practice it, and that confusion of thinking, how does this fit? How does it come together? Where does it connect? Can I organize it this way? Or maybe I can organize it this way instead. All of that is good. That's learning. That's good cognitive load being used, and that's actually directly contributing to improving your memory. So that's the first thing. The second thing is a much smaller point, and this is just something that's going to help you do that first thing, which is you need to start training your cognitive load tolerance. You need to start becoming more and more familiar with the idea of keeping information in your brain. When you're writing notes, you will get the sensation that as soon as you've written notes about it, there is a sort of burden that's been lifted from your mind. You can kind of breathe a little bit easier. You can probably relate to this feeling. That's not necessarily a good thing. And this, again, is pretty nuanced because it can be good sometimes and it might not be. And again, I've got videos on that coming up as well. But as a rule of thumb, if you're someone that generally writes notes in a very linear format, and by linear, what I mean is that your notes kind of just look like this. You might have some bullet points in there as well, but they're pretty linear. You might be typing them. You might be using an app like Notion or something. The idea is that all of these ways of writing notes are linear, and they're usually quite wordy. So this method of writing notes is not very effective for a number of different reasons. And if you're doing it that way already, you probably have a habit of reducing your cognitive load and offloading it into your notes. And that's not a good thing, because it means that yes, you've got a record of it, but you're not actually encoding it. So that again is going to create future work for yourself and repetition, and it's going to end up wasting a lot of time. What you want to do is you want to get into the habit of slowly increasing your cognitive load capacity. So if you're finding it really, really difficult, if you're tending to write a lot of notes, just practice reading something or listening to something, and instead of writing notes straight away, get into the habit of just holding on to that information a little bit more, taking in a little bit more information, and asking yourself the questions, how does that relate to what I just learned? And then how does that relate to the big picture? Ask yourself these questions. And as you do this more and more, you will start to be able to hold on to more and more information at a time, up to a certain point where you'll be able to really read for 15, 20, 30 minutes without writing any notes. And at the end of it, you can put down a very highly organized, beautifully processed set of notes, and people will look at you and think, man, how did you actually do that? And that takes time and it takes practice, but slowly, gradually, just trying to expand your tolerance for cognitive load is very, very important skill. Most of the more advanced encoding techniques require you to be able to tolerate a certain level of cognitive load to be able to do it at all. If you don't have a certain level of tolerance, a lot of these techniques are just completely impossible. So this is something that you're going to need to develop as like a very fundamental skill for any reasonably, even intermediate encoding techniques. From this, we will be able to build on this. We'll be able to incorporate things like chunking. We'll be able to use non-linear note-taking like mind maps. we'll be able to bring them together into something that I call chunk mapping, which is a very specific variation of mind mapping that facilitates this chunking process optimally. We'll be able to start layering in a lot of other techniques like more interleaving, micro-learning. We'll see how flashcards can fit into this system. We'll see how we can do our spaced repetition in a healthy and productive way. We'll learn how to add on memorization techniques that supplement this, just like rote learning techniques to fill in any other gaps. We can look at revision techniques. All of these things we can start layering on, but we can't do any of that unless we patch the hole in the bucket. Right? We can't do anything else until that hole in the bucket is already at least reasonably patched. And that means we need to start getting a system where our encoding is relatively high and we're not forgetting things quite as quickly the first time we learn it. And this is a process that, again, it will take you some time, but I also promise that it will contribute and help you and benefit you. For those of you that struggle with the idea of like comparing and thinking about the big picture, if you find that you've got way too many relationships, way too many connections, and it's just overwhelming, then what I'd suggest is that you take it down a notch first. Think about applying the information first. So we know that applying the information is not quite as good as that high level evaluation where we're comparing and contrasting and prioritizing different ideas, but it's still a lot better than just the memorization and understanding. So if you think about taking information in and just thinking, how can I apply this? How can I apply this? And you focus on that, that will increase your tolerance a little bit. When you're good at that, then you can bring it up to the next level. All of the stuff that I've just talked about, that I've only briefly mentioned, I have plans to make videos on all of that. And I've got a lot of examples that I can work through, stuff that my students have sent me where there are very common mistakes and issues that I found that I think you'll find very helpful. I've got all this footage. I just need to sit down and edit them because, again, YouTube is not my full-time thing. The teaching students how to learn, that's my full-time thing. This is just something that I do when I have the time and space to be able to do it.
So that was a good first intro to encoding. But now we are going to go into encoding more deeply in more specific contexts. One of those common forms of encoding that people often tell me that they struggle with is as they are reading new information. And it leads to a lot of frustration because you just end up forgetting everything that you've read. So to address this, in the next section, I'm going to introduce to you a framework called PACER, which is a really simple framework that you can apply to improve your encoding when you read, which means you will just remember more of what you read.
In this video, I'll teach you a system for remembering everything you read, study, or learn. I've been using the system for the last 7 years, starting from learning disease pathophysiology in medical school through to reading research articles on learning science or reading books on productivity or business. And the reason the system works so consistently and so well is because it breaks down that process of reading into 2 distinct stages. The first stage is the consumption period. And the second stage is the digestion period. Most people think that by focusing on the first stage and consuming more information, they'll be able to therefore remember and apply more information. So they focus on trying to read faster or watching lectures at triple speed or binge listening to audiobooks or watching hours of YouTube tutorials, but that is not how learning works. And once we understand how learning does work, you'll see why my system is so effective. You see, when it comes to remembering and applying information, it's much less about what comes in to your brain, and it's much more about how much stays in your brain. And that is what the second stage, the digestion period, is all about, and it's the part that is often neglected. So I'll teach you a system for mastering both of these stages, which in turn increases your raw retention as well as your ability to actually use the knowledge in the way that you need to. But first, we need to ask ourselves, is it even possible to remember everything you read? And the short answer is no. But here's the secret. Trying to remember everything we read should not be the goal in the first place. And we know this because of a man who actually could remember everything. This man's name is Kim Peek, and his story is so crazy that Hollywood made an entire movie about him. Kim Peek was a mega genius and his memory was ridiculous. He was able to memorize a book with such perfect recall that after reading a book one time, he would be able to write it out word for word with every comma and full stop back to front. He memorized so many maps and atlases that he could give you driving directions between any two cities in the world, and the path that he gave you was mentally calculated to be the shortest distance. Now, the reason Kim Peek had such supernatural abilities is because of a very rare medical condition he had called FG syndrome. He was born with macrocephaly, which means he had a larger brain, and he had no corpus callosum, which is basically the bundle of neurons that connect both hemispheres of the brain together. And scientists believe that because he didn't have the normal pattern of neurons, his brain adapted and developed new connections to compensate, which I guess gave him like superhuman memory. Now, I want you to imagine that both you and Kim Peek were about to sit the same exam. Who do you think would do better? And the answer is that it actually depends on the exam. You see, despite his superhuman memory, Kim Peek struggled with reasoning and problem solving, which means that if the exam was at the junior levels of schooling, which often test on the lower levels of learning, which involve a lot of memorization and recall, then Kim Peek would definitely win. But if the exam was at a higher level like university or postgraduate, where the reasoning and problem solving, the higher orders of learning are examined as a higher priority, then you may actually have the edge. Now, for most of you listening, probably using the knowledge you've consumed to reason and problem solve is kind of the whole point of why you're trying to read and remember in the first place. Which basically means that it is not enough to remember everything, which is good because for most people that's not possible anyway. But it is possible to remember everything you need to remember in such a way that we can use that knowledge in the way we need to. And that is what the system that I'll teach you helps you to achieve. So to start using the system, we have to understand that not all information is equal. In fact, I break down the information that I read into 5 different categories using the acronym PACER. And it's important to be able to identify which category the information you're reading to belongs to, because for each category, there are specific targeted processes that then help you to deal with and manage that information more effectively. And when we use the wrong process for the specific category of information, it makes remembering and understanding what you read much harder, much more time consuming, and much less effective, in that you're more likely to forget what you read. It also increases the chance of you entering the passive mode of reading, which is where you get to the bottom of a page and you can't even remember what you just read. So the system goes like this. In the first part, where we are consuming information, we want to identify which category what we are consuming belongs to using the PACER acronym. Then during stage 2, we digest what we have read using the targeted process for that category, which takes the information and stores it in our long-term memory through the process called encoding. So let's go through PACER together so that you can accurately identify the category of information you're trying to remember. The P in PACER stands for procedural. And procedural information is any information that tells you how something should be executed. For example, this is a book that I used during medical school that taught me about how to do a clinical examination, like listen to a heartbeat or take someone's blood pressure. And a lot of the information in this book is about the correct technique to perform the examination. And some subjects and domains have a lot of procedural information. Some great examples of this would be coding and languages. And the targeted process for working with and mastering this type of procedural information is practice. The key is that you want to apply procedural information in real life as early as possible. A lot of people will spend time to read it and memorize it and write lots of notes about it, and then a week or two later, they'll try to practice it. But by then, it's too late, we've already forgotten a lot of it, and a lot of that time is just wasted. Instead, as soon as you take that procedural information into your brain, try to apply it and practice it as early as you can. Now, straight away, we run into a problem with using this approach. What if we're reading something and we don't have time to practice it right now? The answer is you either move on to something else or you stop consuming anything and you wait until you have time to practice it. But you do not waste your time trying to just memorize it on the spot. Because here is the crucial part about learning that everyone overlooks. The two stages of consuming and digesting must always be balanced. Everything you consume must be digested in order for you to retain and use it. Only when stage 1 is followed by stage 2 does learning actually occur. So if we're reading something and we don't have time to use the right process, like practice, then most people will say, oh, well, I don't have time right now. I'm just gonna get through as much of it as I can. And they spend more time reading and essentially just consuming more and more. But this is the learning equivalent of overeating. They haven't had a chance to digest it, so they're just gonna end up vomiting it all up again through the mental vomiting process we call forgetting. Which is why for most people, the amount that they forget after reading is extremely high, with some studies suggesting that up to 90% of what is consumed is forgotten, despite hours of consuming. And if we're forgetting 90% of what we read, rather than consuming more and taking time away from the digesting, it actually makes more sense to spend less time consuming and more time on the digesting and processing. This increases your retention, which therefore increases the amount of working knowledge you're able to build. So earlier I said, what goes into your brain is less important than what stays in your brain. And this principle of balancing stage 1 consuming with stage 2 digesting is important not just for procedural information, but for every other category of PACER. Unfortunately, stage 2 digesting is almost completely neglected for the second category of information, the A of PACER, which stands for analogous. Analogous information is actually one of the easiest types of information to work with and remember and apply, because analogous information is the information that is related to something you already have prior knowledge about. And even if we don't have direct prior knowledge about it, it may remind us indirectly of something that we do have knowledge about. For example, let's say that we are an avid swimmer and we're learning about the physiology of a muscle contraction. When we look at that muscle contraction cycle, we might think, hey, that reminds me a lot about the swimming technique I use. And by connecting the new information about muscle contraction physiology with what we already know, our swimming technique, we have created an analogy. And so that is analogous information. And analogies can form with any prior knowledge, including knowledge within a topic itself. In most fields of study, there are concepts or patterns of concepts and relationships that tend to repeat and recur throughout that field. You might have learned about how to solve a particular type of problem last semester, and now this semester, this new problem-solving approach that you're learning for the first time reminds you a lot of that old problem-solving process. And relating those two approaches is also an analogy. So when we're engaging in stage 1, the consumption period of reading, we want to actively be thinking about whether what we are reading is related to something that we already have knowledge about. And once we identify it as potentially analogous information, the targeted process we want to use here is critique. This is the part I said everyone misses. Once we create an analogy, critiquing it means we examine critically how good that analogy actually is. For example, with the analogy of muscle contraction and swimming technique, critiquing that analogy means asking ourselves, in what way specifically are these two things similar or related to each other? In what ways are they different? In what situation does this analogy not make sense anymore? And if there are a lot of differences or a lot of conditions and situations where the analogy breaks apart, then is there a better analogy? Or can we extend or modify that analogy to make it more comprehensive and more accurate? This critiquing process massively drives up our retention and depth of understanding of this new information. And the reason this works is because instead of new information just being new information that your brain doesn't know what to do with, we're actually extending it from what we already know. We're taking our existing network and connecting it to the new information straight away, which is the reason why creating analogies has been shown in studies repeatedly to be so powerful for our retention and understanding. Now, at this point, you might be looking at the system and thinking, this seems a little forced. It doesn't feel natural. And you're right. In fact, it's crucial that you understand that this is not natural, and that's why it works. If you have no time pressure and it doesn't matter how well you learn something, then you can learn and read however you want. But unfortunately, what research has shown is that there are clear biological limitations of the human brain to how much it can consume and store into our memory in one go. And in the modern day, when there is so much we have to learn, it is very, very easy to exceed that biological limit and then get overwhelmed. Learning is extremely complicated. So to be able to learn a lot in a short amount of time, reach a high level of knowledge, a lot of processes need to go right. And this is why most people will plateau on their learning ability and after a point, not really improve for the rest of their lives. For me, figuring out what processes to care about and therefore what to improve on, and then how to even execute on those correctly, took me at least 7 or 8 years of almost constant experimentation and reading of research and coaching people to see what works for them. And honestly, I got lucky because 10, 15 years ago, a lot of the research didn't even exist. Which is why, to make it easier for you, I've started a free weekly newsletter. I take everything that I've learned that helps you become a more efficient learner, the things that have the highest chance of giving you success in a short amount of time, and I package them in a way that you can take and implement into your own learning in less than 10-15 minutes. If you want to sign up to the newsletter, it's completely free. I'll leave a link in the description for you. Now, getting back to Pacer, you might notice that the way that I've written the A in Pacer is like this. It's this kind of strange shape there. And the reason is because A, the analogous information can exist within as a subset of procedural information. For example, you could create an analogy on a set of instructions to make it simpler and easier for you to understand. And then later you go and practice it. But analogous information also exists as a subset within the next category of information, which is the C of Pacer, and this stands for conceptual. If procedural information is the how to do something, then conceptual information is the what. And for most science subjects, the majority of what you need to learn is conceptual. Conceptual information includes facts and explanations, theories and principles, relationships between concepts, and ways that that concept can be applied. And in most cases, we need both the procedural and the conceptual knowledge to solve a problem and apply our knowledge properly. For example, although this book goes through how to listen to someone's heart, I still need to have the conceptual knowledge about what I'm listening to be able to analyze that and make a conclusion on the diagnosis. So when we identify that a piece of text we're reading is conceptual type information, the process we want to use straight away is mapping. Non-linear, network-based note-taking, such as mind mapping, is an efficient way of increasing your attention and mastery of conceptual knowledge because conceptual knowledge inherently exists in a network. Although a textbook or a lecture might be delivered word after word in a linear format, if we look at the mind and knowledge of the person that wrote that textbook, it doesn't exist in a linear sentence by sentence structure. Their knowledge and expertise exists in a highly connected network of information. There is no innate sequence of information. An expert can start at any point and navigate to any other point. This is what allows an expert to do complex problem solving, because they can look at a problem, understand what concepts are related, and see how those concepts connect together to solve the problem. Whereas a beginner who's only learned it at a surface level just sees individual separated concepts and they don't understand how they link together. As a learner, our job is not to remember the sequence word for word. Our job is to try to recreate that network of knowledge that the expert had. And mapping is such a great technique because it forces us to not only think about each fact and concept, but also how they connect to each other to form a bigger picture. So when you are reading and consuming, take some time to get out a piece of paper or a tablet and make a map of the things that you're learning. And as you read more, you add more to your map, you move things around, you reorganize things. As you read more, you also digest more and your map grows. Remember, analogous information can also exist within conceptual information. So you might find opportunities within conceptual information to create some analogies, and you might want to add those into your map as well. Even if the analogy doesn't make its way into the map, it could give you an idea in terms of how you want to structure your ideas on your map. Now, here's that same problem again. Let's say you're reading, but you don't have time to draw a map, or maybe you don't have anything to map on while you're reading. Then again, we need to slow down and consume less so that consumption and digestion can stay balanced. And if you don't, you'll just end up overwhelmed again and wasting time, because not only are you going to forget a lot of what you are consuming, but now you've given the future version of you more work to do by having to go and figure out what you've forgotten and then reconsume it again anyway. Now, the good news is that the digesting of procedural, analogous, and conceptual information is easily the most time consuming. The E and the R of PACER are much faster and easier to deal with. I'll talk about E and R together because they're both very similar to each other. But pay close attention, because the two are actually so similar to each other that most people never distinguish between the two. And that can lead directly to hours of wasted time per week. The E in PACER stands for evidence. Evidence type information is the information that helps make conceptual information more concrete. They're often very detailed, sometimes very technical pieces of information, but they're useful because we can use these facts or statistics or cases as examples to prove a conceptual point. For example, we could understand conceptually how World War I started, but we also need to know the evidence information of date certain specific events occurred between which specific people at which specific location to make that concept more concrete. And the key process for evidence type information is to store and rehearse. Store means that you just collect that information and note it down somewhere. You could add it to your conceptual map, or you could add it to a second brain system using something like Notion or Roam or Obsidian, or you could put it onto flashcards. You could even just write them down on a document somewhere with all the other things that you are storing. This should happen as soon as you identify it. So as you are consuming the information and you identify that this piece of information is an evidence type, we go ahead and straight away store it. The rehearsing part of it comes a little later. We put aside time to do the rehearsal. And rehearsing the information is the key to improving our retention of evidence type information. Rehearsing means that we think about how we will need to use this piece of information. How are we going to apply it? What type of conceptual information is this an example of? We then challenge ourselves by using and applying that information in the way that we will need to use it. This means solving problems or writing detailed answers to questions or creating explanations, teaching it to other people, or maybe writing essays that use that piece of evidence as a supporting example for a wider concept. And so while we store the information while we consume it, the rehearsing happens later, maybe at the end of the day or at the end of the week. But do not waste time while you are consuming trying to just memorize and read and reread and writing copious notes on that piece of information. Otherwise, you are not going to have enough time for the P, A, and C, the first three types of information, which is what forms the foundation of knowledge that the evidence type needs to build off of in the first place. Now, evidence type information is very similar to the final type, which is the R of PACER, and this stands for reference type information. Reference information is the easiest to deal with. It is all of the nitty-gritty, very specific, detailed bits of information that don't really change your conceptual understanding. They're not particularly that important. They're not analogous and they're not procedural. But for whatever reason, we might need to know this later. This might be something like the exact value of a mathematical constant, or a specific gene involved in a particular mutation, or the name of a very specific molecule of a disease, or maybe a list of attributes used to define a variable for coding. And the process we use to deal with this type of information is the same as for evidence, almost. It's store and rehearse. The same things. The storing part, exactly the same. You chuck it in a second brain in your flashcards, wherever makes sense for you. But if you need to be able to recall this information from memory and you can't refer back to your notes when you need to use it, then you probably want to use something like flashcards, because the rehearse part is a little different. Because reference type information is by definition not very conceptually important anyway, it's quite hard to use this for problem solving or as part of an extended discussion or answer. The way we are probably going to use this information is just direct fact recall, which is why something like flashcards using a spaced repetition active recall strategy like an app like Anki is going to be the best way to handle reference type information. So as you're reading and you're thinking, hey, this might be a reference type information, you dump it into your flashcards and you put aside 30 minutes every day or whatever to just go through your flashcards to do your rehearsal. But please, again, absolutely do not waste time while you're reading trying to just read and reread and write notes and just memorize this information at the time. You need to use that time for the first three, which forms the bulk of your knowledge. As I said earlier, there are a lot of things that need to go right to be able to learn a lot of information in a short period of time, and wasting time on trying to memorize reference information while you are reading it instead of spending that time on the first three types is one of the worst offenders. And as soon as you get into that mind frame of reading something and then rereading it again, trying to get it into your head, you can say goodbye to your learning efficiency. So now you know the 5 types of information for you to try to identify as you consume in stage 1, and the appropriate targeted process that will help you to digest that information in stage 2. And the key to being able to retain a lot and have a good high level of knowledge for what you have consumed is to keep that stage 1 and stage 2 balanced. And I will see you in the next one.
So by now we've gone through quite a lot of strategies on encoding, and you should definitely apply them. But as you apply them, one of the things you'll realize, and this is a common barrier for people, is that encoding effectively is actually really tiring. It can be mentally quite exhausting. And this is actually a good thing. Effective learning takes effort. It does take up mental energy. But for a lot of learners, always feeling tired when they're learning is quite demotivating. And you're not going to be able to get much work done or maintain your productivity if you don't know how to basically force your brain through that feeling and still make meaningful learning progress even on the days when you feel exhausted and tired. So in this next section, we're going to go through how you can overcome this.
There is a method of learning that I've been using for years to force my brain to study
even when I don't feel like it, especially on days where I am feeling tired and burnt out. It's called the ladder method. I use this method to study learning science while working as a doctor full-time while running a business. I also use this for my full-time masters, again, while I was working full-time, and I managed to graduate at the top of my cohort. It's probably one of the most useful techniques that I use on a daily basis. Anyone can use, including you. And I'll show you how it works on something like this beefy textbook. But first, we have to understand why we don't feel like learning in the first place. And once you understand that, the ladder method will make a lot of sense. Now, there's a reason that we don't feel overwhelmed at the thought of tying our shoelaces or walking 20 steps, but we might get overwhelmed at the thought of climbing an entire mountain, even though walking a few steps and tying your shoes are the first steps of climbing a mountain. What's happening is that our brain is making a judgment on how hard something is going to be and how much effort and energy it's going to require. Our brain uses a lot of energy. It's the most energy consuming organ in our body, consuming 20% of our resting energy. So it is incredibly efficient at avoiding unnecessary energy intake. Now, when it comes to studying, one of the most energy consuming things that your brain has to do, and therefore doesn't want to do, is to organize information. It's a crucial part of forming memory and developing understanding. So here's how that works. Imagine these marbles represent new information. Each marble is a fact or concept that you need to learn. And these cups represent how your brain is trying to organize it. Whenever you learn something new, your brain has to look at it, understand it, analyze it, and make a decision about which cup it belongs in. It looks at how similar it is to what is already inside these cups. And it groups this information based on similarities. And all of this thinking takes energy, and we feel that as mental effort. Our brain is working. And once it figures out where it belongs, and then it organizes it, then the mental effort goes down because it's stored away. And this process repeats with the next piece of information it looks at, makes a decision, and then decides where we want to store it. And then we repeat this process until our learning is complete. So then what part of this makes our brain feel overwhelmed so that we don't feel like studying? Well, imagine if I didn't have any cups at all. Now, instead of picking up a piece of information, looking at it and asking ourselves, which cup does it go in? We have to ask ourselves, how many cups do I need? Which cup should I get? What are the alternative options? What else do I need to put into this hypothetical cup? And then what am I meant to do if a few more pieces of information later, I realize that that was wrong? After all, I don't know what other options there are because I've only got this one piece of information to work with. And trying to figure out all of that takes much more effort and energy, which creates the I don't want to study feeling. So there are three main ways that your brain uses lots of energy while learning. First is to just understand what it is consuming, reading, listening to. The second is to compare it with what you already know. And then the third is to decide where it's going to put that information. Where does it belong based on how similar it is or how related it is to the things that you just compared it to. And trying to do all three of these things at once while you're learning creates overwhelm and is going to be very daunting. So what do we do instead? So let's say that I want to study this chapter in this textbook. Immediately, I look through this and I feel like, man, there's a lot to cover. I feel like that's going to require a lot of work. I'm getting overwhelmed and now I don't want to study. This is where the ladder method comes in. Based on the ladder method, we're going to be breaking up this topic, this chapter, based on different rungs of effort. And each rung on the ladder is low effort. So let me show you this. Here's what I'm doing during this. I'm going through the textbook and I'm looking for the things that are low effort. I'm saying, what are the things that feel easy for me to understand, that I can easily compare with the things that I already know
and that I can easily think about and how the topic might be organized. I'm also using some non-linear note-taking to track my thoughts, which I talk about in some other videos. I'm also highlighting the parts that I actually focused on just for you to be able to see at the end of this. I wouldn't normally highlight anything when I'm doing this, just the non-linear notes is fine. You'll be able to see that, but I'm just trying to show you what I am focusing on and what I am either skim reading or just completely skipping, because I think it would take too much effort to try to understand or compare or to organize. By the way, don't worry, this is an old ass textbook with highlighting all over the place already. I'm not ruining a new book. Okay, so as you can see, I have skipped basically, you know, like most things. If you look at the parts that are highlighted, most of it has been skipped. You know, it's pretty bare. However, I have managed to, with just the parts that I focused on, build a pretty decent scaffold for me to work off of. And so this topic has become a little bit easier for me now than it would have been 10-15 minutes ago. So if I'm really tired, I can call that a day. I can end on that rung of the ladder and I can pick up the second rung another day, or if I want to, I can just do the second rung now. And on the second rung, I'm going to do exactly the same thing. I'm going to look for the things that feel easier and feel lower effort. I'm going to build on my scaffold and build up on my knowledge. But the difference is that it's going to take a little bit longer. Each successive rung on the ladder takes a little bit longer because now more things make sense to us than they did before. And we're probably ready to go into a little bit more detail. Having said that, it is still low effort because now I've established some of those major cups I need to fill. So let's now do the second rung. Alrighty, and that was about 35 minutes that I spent on that. So you can see the second rung took a little longer. I was able to get through more detail. What was surprising in a way is that the second rung, when I went through it, there wasn't a lot more stuff that I felt like I was going through, but it was more like I was just going through the same ideas, but deeper and really figuring it out. And you can see that a lot of the time was spent on just organizing the information. So you can see of the ways that our brain can use energy. Before, I was using a lot of that energy on just trying to understand things and put things together in a very general, rough way. Again, just figuring out maybe how many cups I need roughly. And in the second rung, I'm now refining that. I'm spending more of that energy not on just understanding, but now really on just making sure those decisions and those comparisons are correct. So same amount of effort, just used in a different way depending on the rung. Now, the third time I go through it should be enough to cover off this topic. I'd be going through a little bit more of those details, either adding them to my map or adding them to flashcards, depending on the type of information. Most topics I find, you generally can get through all of it in just 3 rungs of the ladder. And so here's the secret as to why this technique works so well. It's because each rung takes the same effort as the last rung, and I'm splitting all the work that I'd need to do for this topic into each rung. It makes every study session easy because we're just not letting ourselves spend time on things that are hard. But also, it gets easier the more you do it. Even though with each rung we're covering more content and more detail, it's easier to make sense of it because our cups and our structure and our foundations are so strong. The more you learn, the easier it gets. You can also apply the same approach for projects or assignments as well, where you start with the easy high-level planning first and you progressively get more and more detailed with each rung of the ladder. Now, this is just one type of way that you can use the ladder method, and there are so many other applications of this principle that I teach in my full guided program. But for someone who has never tried studying like this, it is a complete game changer. By the way, if you are interested in my program, you can check out the link in the description. There's this technique and dozens of other techniques that you can learn. Once you start using this ladder method a couple of times, your brain will realize, hey, studying isn't that bad. And it'll make you less likely to put things off and less likely to procrastinate.
Now, once you've improved your ability to encode and encode even when you are tired, you're now ready to learn a few more, slightly more advanced encoding strategies. And to round off chapter 2, here are 12 more advanced encoding strategies that you should learn and apply. I've been a learning coach for the past 13 years, and I found that proper encoding is one of the most important abilities for any student or professional to master. If you have a strong encoding ability, you are able to remember more of what you learn and to a deeper level. But if you're weak at encoding, you could be wasting hundreds of hours every year. In fact, I've coached over 30,000 learners, and I found that strong encoding skills are so important and rare that it is a hallmark of what we call genius. So that person you remember from your class who never studied and remembered everything, that is strong encoding. And you can learn it by following these 12 rules. Rule number 1, stop fighting your brain. Encoding is the word that we use anytime that your brain forms memories with new information. And your brain is actually really good at doing this if we stay out of the way. Anytime there's new information that comes in and we want to learn it, our brain starts the process of encoding. And what it wants to do to put it into our long-term memory is see where it fits. It's like putting a book on a library shelf. There is an organizational structure. There's a logic to it. And when our brain is able to see where this new information fits and how it's relevant and how to organize it into our memory, that's when we feel like it makes sense. That's when we feel like, okay, I understand it, and I feel like I'm going to hold on to this. When it doesn't fit anywhere, that's when it feels like, I don't know what to do with this. I'm not sure how this is relevant. And you can feel that you are about to forget it. And your brain is not going to hold on to that piece of information because there's no need to. And it's very important that it doesn't just use up energy on just holding on to every scrap of random piece of information that it gets hit with. And so your brain is trying to organize and make sense and place information somewhere that it belongs, where it connects, where it's relevant, where it influences other things. And then for the things that don't fit anywhere, it says, this is not worth keeping, and then it's going to throw it away. Good brain. And so now if you take that information that was just thrown away and forgotten, and then you tell your brain, no, you need to remember this, put it back in, and it still doesn't fit anywhere. And so your brain forgets it again, and then you pick it up again, and you say, no, you need to remember this. That process is extremely inefficient. You are having a shouting match with your brain. And this is basically the spectrum of the quality of encoding. On one end, you have techniques, methods of learning, note-taking, listening, reading that help the brain to see how it connects, to create structure and to organize it. And on the other end, you've got techniques where you are not helping to connect it. You're not seeing the big picture. There is nowhere for it to fit. You're just repeatedly smashing it into your brain. And that's a process we call rote memorization. Being a good encoder is about realizing that that is not going to help with our memory compared to finding a way to make it more relevant in the first place. And you have to make that switch because the second rule is to prevent learning debt. Learning debt is what happens when you keep fighting your brain. So let's say that this is us, and we're going to learn a new piece of information, which is this square. It goes into our brain, and initially we feel like we don't know how it's relevant. If we keep fighting our brain, it's going to stay irrelevant, which means our brain is going to continually forget it. It's going to put it in the dump. And so what do we need to do later? Well, later, we now need to spend time to look at what's in the dump. We need to then spend time to learn it again. We need to spend time to think about it and realize, oh, it's still irrelevant. And we need to spend time to repeat it and tell our brain, no, you need to hold on to this. And so what's your brain going to do? Well, it's still irrelevant, so it's just going to forget it again. And then this entire process has to repeat again and again and again. And this is all wasted time. By not taking the time here to turn this irrelevant information into something that we think is relevant, we have created all of this debt for ourselves. Learning that we just put off until later, and now the future version of us has to pay that off. And if you have a habit of creating learning debt, where your ability to learn depends on how much repetition you can do later, it's very difficult to ever improve your encoding. Because every time there is the opportunity to practice the skill and make the irrelevant relevant, we just say, nope, I'll just deal with that later. And so what's one way that you can break this habit? What's one way that you can make it easier to turn the irrelevant into the relevant? Well, this is rule number 3. Don't overeat information. I often talk about learning as a 2-phase process: consuming and digesting. Consuming is what gives you the information. Digesting is what makes that information something that sticks in your memory that you can use. That's basically what encoding is. Digesting and encoding in this example are the same thing. And so this is what I mean by overeating information. And it's very easy to do this. Everyone falls into this trap at some point. If you are sitting there in a lecture and you're listening for an hour, dense information coming in, and then afterwards you go and read through a textbook for another hour, again, lots of information coming in. And at that point, you decide, okay, I'm going to get all this information that I've collected, and I'm now going to start trying to see how it fits together, making it feel more relevant, connecting the dots. You are already overeating. That is going to be much more difficult and more time consuming and overall less efficient than just digesting constantly but frequently throughout that entire process. So as you're listening, listen, take some information, and then try to piece it together, even in a very simple way. A little summary, a little synthesis, a tiny mini mind map. And then you go back to listening and collecting information. Getting into the habit of constantly trying to digest what you're consuming and making sense of it as you go creates the snowball effect of learning. As you learn more things start to make sense to you. You start seeing patterns and trends. And so the new information that comes in becomes easier to connect because you've got a better foundation. You've got more anchor points to connect to. And so as you get more and more information, learning becomes easier and easier. On the other hand, if you just consume for a really long time and then try to digest all of that at once, instead of having 2 or 3 concepts that you're trying to put together, you're now working with 25. And it can feel really overwhelming and cognitively taxing to work through all those possible interactions and relationships and make it work. This is also one of the reasons why I always recommend, if you can, to pre-study before entering into something like a lecture or a workshop. It gives you the opportunity to just consume a little bit, some of the most important things, and to digest that in your own time so that when you come to the live event, which might be a little bit faster paced, harder to keep up with, you have that foundation to work off. That snowball has already been built. If pre-study is not already part of your learning system, I highly recommend it. And if you're not sure about your current learning system and you're not sure how to improve your learning system, I also have a free learning system diagnostic quiz that you can take. Everyone has some learning system, whether you know it or not, but that learning system may not be the best. This quiz helps you to map out your learning system across 5 important domains of learning, among which encoding and pre-study are part of it. And at the end, it even actually gives you a score for your encoding skills. So if you're interested in that quiz, it's completely free, and I'll leave a link in the description below. Now, the next 4 rules are actually tactics. There are 4 types of thinking that you can do that will force you into more effective encoding. So if you took that quiz before, and let's say your encoding score was like 10%, then just doing these 4 tactics could increase that to maybe 50 or 60%. So starting with rule number 4, simplify everything. Here's the trick. Stop trying to remember or understand what you read or hear. And I know that sounds really counterintuitive if you're new to this, because it feels like, well, that's kind of the whole point of learning, is to remember and understand it. Being able to remember and understand something is a side effect of doing the right type of thinking. Just trying to remember something and trying to understand it is actually not the most effective way to achieve that. Confusing, I know. On the other hand, if you try to simplify it, if that's your number one goal for any new piece of information that you hear, is you're just trying to simplify it, then your brain will automatically go through the right motions and processes that allow you to understand it and remember it better than if you were just trying to remember and understand to begin with. Even if you incorrectly simplify something, the work that went into trying to simplify it will make your memory of it stronger when you get the correct version. And this is especially useful for really dense, technical, complicated information. Like, I remember going through medical school reading these definitions like anaphylaxis is a life-threatening, severe, systemic hypersensitivity reaction involving IgE mediated. It's like, okay, so basically your immune system hit the panic button. Being able to frame something that initially is complicated in a way that is just simpler and more intuitive to understand allows you to work with that concept more easily. And this is really important because the next rule number 5, is to compare everything. Before, I talked about how good encoding means making the irrelevant relevant. Well, this is the first part of how your brain creates relevance. Your brain fundamentally operates in networks, which means that information is only meaningful because of its relationship to other pieces of information. You might say, my house is really important to me. Why? Because of the implication it has on shelter and stability and security and warmth and all these other things. So forcing ourselves to compare new information with another piece of new information, or to compare it with something that we already know, this is basically opening up our brain and the networks within it to this new one to see where it can fit. We're actively looking to give it meaning by finding similarities and differences. And once you've done that, once you've been able to simplify something and then see the similarities and differences of this piece of information compared to this other piece of information, then we're ready for the next step, which is rule number 6, connect everything. Once we go through this process of trying to simplify and trying to compare all these different concepts with each other, then we can actually see how they connect with each other. We start seeing the influences and the impacts and the implications. We start building the network. We are creating memory. And I deliberately use the word everything when I say simplify everything, compare everything, connect everything, because you have to do this consistently. It's not simplify when you feel like it. It's not compare things when it feels obvious. It's every single time. A strong encoder is someone who has a habit of every piece of information that comes into their brain. They are examining it. They are trying to simplify, compare, and connect it. And sometimes they're not successful. They don't know how to make it simpler. They don't see what it's similar to at all. They don't see how it could connect with anything else. And this is what makes good encoders also have really good questions. The question is not just, hey, what does this mean? It is, hey, this seems kind of similar to this thing, but also very different from it. And I feel like it might connect with this other thing, but I'm not sure. It's much more targeted. And at a certain point, if you are encoding the right way and you're following these steps, you will feel that at a certain point, there are a lot of connections and similarities that are overlapping. And that's actually a good thing, because that means you're ready for the next step. And it's the 4th tactic. Rule number 7, group everything. Before you group things, this is what your organization, your mind map, how your thoughts are currently organized. Something like this. It's this kind of complicated network of all these different things that are connected together. And yes, there's connection, but it's also so overwhelming that there's no way we're going to be able to remember this. Grouping is about taking this and then simplifying it again, making it easier for us to hold on to and package into our memory. And the way we do this is by looking for these patterns of shared similarities. So for example, we might see that these 3 items here are actually connected to each other. So maybe they actually share a single similarity, and that could be the name of the group that they form underneath. So instead of representing it like this, if we look at all the different shared similarities, we can actually simplify the exact same network down to something that looks a little bit more like this. And so this is actually preserving all those same connections. But look at how much more organized this looks and how much easier it is to remember. And so again, this is that digesting. It's about not necessarily taking in any new information. It's about looking at the information you've already got and then looking for these patterns and these trends and doing that deep thinking. And that thinking is you doing the encoding. The very process of looking for ways to organize it, of creating groups, realizing that those groups don't make sense and therefore thinking of a different group. That is the encoding process. And so that the time spent doing that leads to better memory, leads to a deeper understanding, saves you hundreds of hours every single year that you spend studying just through how much it improves your attention and efficiency. And the awesome thing is that a genius is able to do these steps. They are looking for comparisons. They're making connections. They're grouping and they're simplifying and they're doing it automatically. Sometimes they're not even aware that they're actively doing it. But by teaching you these techniques, you can do the same thing. You don't have to be born with it. Even if you're not built different, you can build differently. And I'm really making this a point, and I'm emphasizing this because of the next rule, which is rule number 8. Get used to thinking hard. By this point, I think you've realized that this is a lot more mental effort. Digesting, it takes effort. It takes concentration to be able to do this. It is a lot easier just to read through, speed read some textbook, listen to a lecture on 3 times speed, and just smash your face infinitely into flashcards. But there is a reason most people are not very efficient at learning, because getting to the point where you're efficient at learning means doing this stuff, doing the hard work, and getting used to thinking at that level. And one day, it will become a habit. And so thinking at that level will be just as easy as however you're thinking now if you're not at that level. But if cutting down on wasted time while learning, improving your attention, getting a deeper understanding, being able to solve more complex problems, if these are things that you've struggled with, you're not at the level that you want to be quite yet, you have to go through this process. There's no way that you will reach that result without going through this path of getting used to thinking like this. Now, on to rule number 9, which is to do everything again. Learning is endless, which means that encoding never ends. Just because you created a nice mind map, created a nice network for what you've learned right now, doesn't mean that that's where it ends. And you may have done a lot of hard thinking, you're sweating bullets. Unfortunately, we have to keep going. As you learn more, as you get even more detail, as your knowledge deepens, as you realize there might be gaps or mistakes in the way that you encoded the information, you have to then reevaluate what you've constructed and then restructure it. There have been many times where I've created a mind map of something and I feel like it makes a lot of sense. I test myself and I realize I got it wrong. And even at a micro level, I was talking about how you need to be consuming and then digesting frequently. So you take a little bit in and then you digest it, and then you take another little bit in and then you digest it. That process of digesting, what that really means is take in a little bit of information, couple of concepts, simplify them, compare them, connect them, group them together, and then take in the next bit. With that next bit, you now simplify that, compare it, connect it, and then group it. And what will happen is that as you are continuing to collect and consume more information, you realize that the way you grouped and connected it before isn't enough. You have to reevaluate your groups to encompass the new information. And so mentally, you are constantly, I mean literally, if you're an effective learner who can encode efficiently, you are constantly in a cycle of simplifying, connecting, comparing, grouping, taking new information in, and then doing it all over again. And this is why rule number 8 is really important. You have to get used to thinking hard. But the good news is that even though it might sound really overwhelming to just constantly be doing this, it's actually easier than you might think. The hard part is just setting up those initial habits. Once you have your habits of simplifying and comparing and connecting and then grouping things together, it's straightforward to just keep thinking in that way. And at that point, you will feel that the control you have and how strong you can make your memory and how deeply you can understand something is a rare skill that most people you encounter will not have. Now, this next rule is actually another tactic that helps you to do all of those previous ones using a single technique, which is to use better analogies. Creating an analogy is actually like a magical technique. Anytime you want to create an analogy, you have to simplify the information, compare it, connect it, and group them. You have to create an analogy. Now, you can't just rely on only using analogies for the rest of your life, but having that as one tool to achieve this as part of your learning toolkit is incredibly valuable. Now, why do I say to make better analogies? Well, it's because a better analogy makes your learning even more effective. It takes a powerful technique and really supercharges it. So what is a better analogy? A better analogy is one that is more comprehensive in that it involves more of the key details and concepts of what you're trying to learn, while being simple and also accurate. And it's balancing these three parts of an analogy that can be challenging. Whenever you create an analogy, it's often very simple to make a simple analogy for only 2 or 3 concepts and how they relate to each other. But once you start adding additional concepts and more factors and more conditions, then our analogy grows. Suddenly, it's not just learning is like eating and then digesting. It's like, but then there's also, it depends on how spicy the food is and then what you ate before and whether, you're already full and how far you are from the toilet. And so now the analogy just becomes itself like a whole thing to try to memorize. And so that's why we need to make it simple. But then if you make it too simple, you actually start losing accuracy. And so as you probably have guessed by now, when you're trying to make a really comprehensive, while simple, while accurate analogy, the thought process and the effort that goes on mentally to see whether it makes sense and to make it meet those conditions, that is also helping with your encoding. Now, the next rule is something that makes everything that we've talked about easier to do. It is your best friend when it comes to learning, which is note-taking. Rule number 11 is to use note-taking as an offload. If you're carrying like 5 plates of food and you're about to drop them, you give a couple of those plates to your friend. You let them carry it so that you can focus on what you can hold. When it comes to learning, note-taking is that friend. While the human brain is extremely powerful, it also has very well-defined limits, and it is not good at holding on to multiple pieces of information at the same time. So if you're trying to balance like 12 different concepts and see how all of these concepts can be simplified and compared and connected with each other, there are probably very, very few people in the world that could manage that for new complex information just mentally. So the way that we use our note-taking needs to be in the realm of, hold on to this thought for me. Here are a few concepts, maybe they relate together. I'm just gonna jot that down so I don't have to hold on to that. Could it be like this? Could it be connected like this? Where does this fit? Jot that down. Get to the habit of thinking on paper. And there are 2 huge advantages to how this helps with your encoding. Number 1, it actually makes it cognitively easier because you can literally see the thoughts on paper, and you can actually, visualize it. You can move things around. You're not spending so much time just trying to remember and juggle the information mentally. The second thing is that your notes start becoming a reflection of your mind. After all, it is a mind map. And this is really useful because you can then look at your notes to find gaps in your knowledge or areas where your memory is going to be weaker by just evaluating the types of connections. If you see this straggly piece of information way out there that's not connected to anything, you know that you're likely to forget that and that you're not going to be able to solve complex problems with that information. That becomes a weak point. You don't even need to test yourself. You can look at your notes to find areas of weakness in your knowledge. I think that's pretty cool. And learning to do that is crucial because of the next rule, which is rule number 12. Challenge your hypotheses constantly. You will never know you are wrong until you know you are wrong. Every piece of knowledge we're crafting, every network we're forming is just a hypothesis. This is just how we think that knowledge is structured right now. I've been studying about learning science for a pretty long time now, like 13 years. And everything I know about learning is still, I think of it as a hypothesis. I'm willing to challenge any part of how I think learning works when new information comes in. This is what allows me to be flexible and adapt my structures very freely. And it is this mindset, the willingness to constantly challenge your hypotheses and to constantly challenge how you have understood something, that allows your expertise to keep growing quickly. When we don't challenge our hypotheses, it makes our knowledge very rigid. Mistakes and gaps in our knowledge stay hidden, especially when you're just starting a new topic. Everything's a hypothesis. There's almost no chance you're going to get right the first time. But if we group it a certain way and connect it a certain way, and we say, okay, well, now that I've connected it and now that I've grouped it, I'm just going to keep it like that. And we continue to learn things that suggest that maybe this group is not the best. Unless we stay open to the fact that this was just a hypothesis, we're not going to change it. This becomes rigid. So the mistakes and the misunderstandings that we formed early on stay there. They become the foundation where all the additional knowledge is built on top of. So those are the 12 rules to dramatically boost your encoding abilities. And if you're listening to it and you're thinking, it doesn't sound simple, it doesn't sound sexy and quick to just apply it, that's what learning is. If you're looking for a shortcut to learning, I'm sorry to say that it doesn't exist, but there is a path, which is up to you to take. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. So that brings us to the end of chapter 2 on encoding, and we'll now move on to chapter 3, which is about mind mapping. Mind mapping is technically just a strategy that's used to help with encoding. It's just a note-taking strategy. However, it's its own chapter because it's a complex skill and there's a lot of things to do correctly to get the full benefit from it. And it's also going to build on the encoding strategies and principles that we've already talked about in the previous sections. But in this chapter, we're going into more detail with some more step-by-step instructions. We're going to start with this kind of general but comprehensive guide on how to do the perfect mind map.
I've taught people to mind map for over 10 years. I've made hundreds of mind maps myself and reviewed thousands more as a coach. It's a skill that's allowed me and my students to not only get top results, but to do so efficiently and without spending every waking hour studying. So in this video, I'll show you my 6-step framework for mind mapping, which I call grind. And each step of this framework helps you unlock a different learning outcome. Following these 6 steps correctly will help you create the perfect mind map, which allows you to have a deep and nuanced understanding of a topic much more quickly than what it would normally take you, as well as a stronger memory on what you've learned and the ability to apply what you've learned in deeper, more nuanced ways. But first, we need to clear up a common misunderstanding and talk about what a perfect mind map even is. And once we understand what a perfect mind map actually means, creating one becomes much easier. You see, the perfect mind map is less about the mind map and more about the process you use to create it. Let's say you took one of the mind maps that I created and got first in class, and then you imported that into your own notes. Would you do just as well? With just that, probably not. And that's because you can't just copy paste knowledge from one person's brain into another. Well, at least not yet. Learning is not something that happens automatically or even naturally in some cases. Learning is a series of processes that we have to deliberately engage in. Great learners are ones that have a lot of great processes, and bad learners are ones that are either not engaging in enough processes or they're wasting time with the wrong processes. And when we engage in the right, effective processes, the side effects of that are better understanding, better memory, and a better ability to apply what we've learned. When we use the wrong processes, that's when we can spend hours and hours reading and writing notes and not really having any benefit on our memory or our understanding or our ability to use knowledge. So what most people don't appreciate is that the point of mind mapping isn't to have a mind map. The mind map itself is not the knowledge. Mind mapping is a skill that helps us engage in the right thinking processes to build the knowledge. And that concept is distilled in my 6-step grind checklist. When we create a mind map following grind, we effectively force our brain to engage in high efficiency encoding, which is basically the technical term for our brain turning information into memory. So let's start with the first step of grind, which is also one of the most fundamental processes that you should ever do in learning. There's almost no situation where you should not be doing this. And step 1 of grind, the G, is grouping. Grouping is simply arranging related ideas together. So for example, if I have these pens, then grouping just means that I'm categorizing them somehow and putting the categories together. The hard part, which takes thinking and therefore promotes learning, is figuring out what kind of grouping I want. For example, I could group these pens based on color, or I could group them based on how much ink is left in them. Or I could even group them based on sentimental value. This one I got as a gift, and this one I just found off the floor. So you see, the way that we think about how these items are similar or related to each other affects the groups we arrive at. The point is that there are always multiple ways that we can group information. And the right way for you and your memory is not always the first or most obvious one, even if that's the way that it's taught to you. So if we have a look, here are some mind maps that do not have much grouping going on. And now we have a look at some mind maps that do have grouping. When we create groups to organize information, it has a twofold benefit. The first one is that the process of grouping and figuring out how I want to arrange the information promotes a stronger memory and depth of understanding. But in addition, the fact that we have organized the information in these categories makes it easier for our brain to then retain and access that information again in the future. In other words, we not only benefit from having these groups in our memory, but the process of making the groups themselves is also beneficial. In the learning science research, you'll often hear the benefits of grouping referred to by terms like chunking or scaffolding or creating mental models or information schemas. And as more and more research comes out, we're increasingly finding that grouping is critical for promoting a strong memory. Now, these days with AI, there are actually some ways that we can kind of cheat this step and get the AI to group things for you. And there are definitely some ways that you can use AI to help you, but there are some ways that it can harm you instead. I'll show you the right way to use AI later, right after I go through the other steps of grind. Now, step 2 of grind is something that we already started doing back in step 1 while we're grouping, but here we take it to the next level. The R in grind, step 2, stands for relational. We want to make our mind maps relational. Relational means we're thinking about how ideas are related to each other, and we're expressing that on our mind map. And there are broadly 3 levels of relationships that we can form while mind mapping. In level 1, we have too few relationships, and here's an example of that. Now, at level 2, we are having too many relationships. It's getting overwhelming, and that's what it looks like here. And then in level 3, we have a good amount of very organized relationships. And it's the fact that you can actually have too many relationships that makes this second step tricky. Here's why. A relationship can be any way that two facts or concepts relate to each other. This could be a influence that they have on each other. It could be a cause and effect relationship. It could be a chronological relationship like step 1 or step 2, or any other conceptual link. Which means there are really a lot of different ways that two things or three things or an entire topic can be related to each other. So it's not enough just to know that two things are related. We have to understand the nature of that relationship. When we put down just every relationship we can find, that's when it ends up looking like that level 2 where there's too much going on. We have to consciously decide which relationships are important enough for us to put down on the mind map. And that's a decision that we need to make. Now, the reason that the grind checklist is so effective is because each step of grind influences the other step. So for example, depending on the types of relationships we want to emphasize, it also affects the groups we will form. So if we take this example of a medical disease, this is the method of grouping and the types of relationships that are a little bit more obvious. This is usually how it will be taught in a textbook. But here is that exact same topic and the same information arranged differently by looking at different types of relationships, which leads to different types of groups. And you can see that the two look very different to each other, and that reflects it being organized in a different way in our mind. Now, there's no right or wrong answer. It's the process of trying to figure out which is best for me that promotes that stronger memory and depth of understanding. You'll also see later on how the other steps influence your grouping and relationships as well. Now, the third step of the grind checklist is something that should naturally occur if we did step 1, the grouping, and step 2, the relationships, properly. But if we do happen to miss step 3, then we'll find that we know each individual concept pretty well, but we struggle to apply that information, especially in more complex problem solving, having deeper discussions, or just trying to use that knowledge in a way that's different to how it was just directly taught to you. So if you've ever felt that way about what you've learned, then step 3 is the one you need to look out for. And step 3, the I in grind, stands for making our mind maps interconnected. Once we have formed the groups and relationships in step 1 and step 2, we need to make sure that the groups themselves are related and connected to each other to create an overall structure, aka a big picture understanding of the topic. And here's an example of a mind map that has done step 1 and step 2 correctly. So there are groups and there are lots of relationships, but it's not very well interconnected. You can see that there are these really dense bodies of relationships, but the overall connection between each group is relatively weak and loose. When we zoom out, it's a little hard to see how that entire topic comes together. This is a pattern I call islands, and it's actually one of the over 90 patterns in my training program that I teach people to avoid. This usually happens when we get tunnel vision on what we're learning, and we're not really thinking about how what we're learning right now relates to that overall big picture frequently enough. And when that happens and we end up with these islands of quite concentrated but sort of isolated groups, then it compartmentalizes our understanding of the topic, and it restricts our ability to use that information more freely and fluidly, which is exactly the type of way we need to be able to think about the information to do complex problem solving or to have deeper, more nuanced applications. So here's an example where there is a similar density of information, but it's been organized with a much better overall structure, and aka the interconnectedness is a lot better. And you can see it actually just looks cleaner and more organized as well. And by making sure that our mind maps are grouped, relational, and interconnected, we're able to form what's known in the research as a knowledge schema, which is basically the way that our brain organizes information to form knowledge and memory. Now, just for your reference, getting to this point with your mind mapping skill is not something that you can usually pull off in just 1 or 2 attempts, at least not correctly. Most people try mind mapping, they're not really able to hit these first 3 steps correctly. They don't find mind mapping is very useful for them, and then they stop. And yes, if you're not doing it correctly, it's not going to be effective. On my training program, I normally teach these types of processes over 3 to 4 weeks, and then an additional 3 or 4 weeks to refine and consolidate them. And the reason is because each step of grind has several cognitive processes that we need to get correct to be able to do it properly. And those processes are not always obvious. Trying to do all of them correctly all at once is pretty much impossible. But when we spend a week on just nailing one part of the process and then the next week on the next part of the process, then it means that every week we can consistently improve, unlocking better and better results along the way. By the way, these processes do get quite complicated, so if you want me to dive into any of them in more detail, let me know in the comments. Alternatively, if you want to learn each step of making the perfect mind map straight away in complete detail with step-by-step instructions and feedback on your work, then you might be interested in my program at I Can Study. I'll leave a link in the description if you want to learn more about it and see if it's right for you. Now, by this point, if we've got our grouping, relational, and interconnected parts of the mind map done, we should be seeing some real improvements to our memory and our ability to understand concepts deeply, comprehensively, and accurately, and our ability to apply that information. And in my experience, this is almost certain. So if you've done the G, R, and I steps and you're not seeing these improvements, it probably means that one of those processes was not quite done correctly. However, even though it's effective, a lot of people find that doing this can take a lot of time, especially during lectures or seminars where someone is talking to you and you need to process that information and write notes on the go. It can seem impossible, which is where step 4, the N of grind, comes in, which is to make our mind maps non-verbal. Non-verbal simply means that we should try to express our ideas without necessarily using so many words. There's a lot of research around how writing lots of notes can actually reduce the quality of your learning because it probably means you're not processing the information as much before you write it down. You might have also noticed that in the previous mind map examples I showed you, most of them were not that wordy. And this is the first level of achieving N, non-verbal, which is just to reduce unnecessary words. Reducing unnecessary words forces you to synthesize and summarize what you're learning. Doing this also helps you to engage in what's called the generation effect of learning, which is one of the most important processes to build new knowledge effectively. One excellent way of reducing your wordiness is just to use your lines, arrows, and spatial arrangement to represent ideas. For example, instead of writing the sentence, "The quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog, she sells seashells by the seashore," we can instead draw something like this. And the bonus benefit of doing this is that it gives us an opportunity to look at the information and ask ourselves, how can I group this? What are the relationships that I can find, those step 1 and step 2 processes? For example, why is the fox jumping over the lazy dog? Why is the dog lazy? Why is she selling seashells? Is there a relationship between the selling of seashells and the lazy dog? Is she raising money to build a fence to protect the dog from the fox because the dog is not lazy, it's actually elderly and disabled? This kind of thinking and questioning is one of the most important things that we can actually do. It's part of a process that's called active learning, which is crucial for promoting a strong memory and a deeper level of understanding. We can also take non-verbal to the next level by adding some simple, sometimes abstract images. You can see I did a very basic example on this here with the shells, some symbols here for she and the money. But here's another example where I spent a little bit more time to flesh it out. And doing this is something that I call adding a memory landmark. By drawing these memorable, somewhat abstract images in our mind maps, it makes it easier for us to review the information and come back to it in the future. It creates a unique element in our notes that makes it more memorable, and it also makes the process a little bit more fun. It does take a bit of time though, so I probably wouldn't be doing that during a lecture or a seminar. Now, to get to this point where we've got G, R, I, and N down, I would expect that this takes at least a couple of months of practice. But remember, before you have mastered this, you're still going to be getting benefits from just applying this probably straight away. And once you have mastered it, your mind maps are going to be so beneficial for your learning that people around you are going to look at your notes and have no idea how you are doing so well. And they will certainly have no idea about how deep the process was that you used to create your notes. But it is the next 2 steps of grind that take our mind mapping skill to the highest level. Starting with step 5, the D of grind, we have to make our mind maps directional. A perfect mind map not only has groups, has relationships, is interconnected, is nonverbal, it also has directionality, or in other words, flow. And no, I don't mean a mystical chakra flow. I mean that we're using arrows to show how the ideas on our mind map interact with each other. Using mind maps purposefully to add direction and flow in our mind map achieves 2 main things. First of all, it forces us to examine the nature of the relationships and the groups that we've formed. Like, for example, if I've got these concepts here, sure, these might all be related to each other, but are they related to each other in a way that looks like this? Or maybe it's more accurate to say that the relationships are more like this. They're the same relationships, but it paints a completely different picture. And number 2, it actually helps make our mind maps clearer and more organized, which also helps with our retention. Have a look at this mind map that doesn't have great directionality. And now have a look at this one that does. You can see that this one with more directionality gives the mind map more of a purposeful structure. It adds meaning and context to the mind map, which ultimately makes it more memorable. Now finally, we're ready for the 6th and final step of grind, which is arguably the step that most people skip, but is also the step that probably increases our knowledge, our memory, our depth of understanding to the highest level. A grind map without the final 6th step, the E, is not a perfect mind map. And the E, step 6, stands for making our mind maps emphasized. Emphasizing your mind maps is all about making decisions and judgments about what you're learning, aka that critical level 5 of Bloom's taxonomy, that higher order thinking. To achieve step 6 and make our mind maps emphasize, we need to deliberately make a decision on which relationships and groups and combination of relationships and groups are the most important for this topic, and we need to visually represent that on our mind map. This creates something that I often call the backbone of the mind map. Here is an example without clear emphasizing. And now here are a couple that have good emphasizing. Now, those of you that are on my program have probably heard me or the other coaches talking about the backbone constantly, and there is good reason for that. It's because a mind map with a clear backbone means that the most important relationships and groups have been clearly emphasized, which means we have made clear and deliberate judgments about which parts of the mind map and the topic are most important. Now, remember how I said that each step of the grind map actually influences each other? Well, here's another example of that. When we examine which relationships and groups are the most important, often we find that the relationships and groups we expressed are not actually the best. maybe there's an alternative grouping or relationship structure that we think would actually make even more sense. And if that happens, that's a disaster, because now we have to go through and do step 1, 2, and 3 all over again, and that takes time, is what you might think, but actually, this is a good thing. By forcing ourselves to think about what we're learning more critically and make more explicit judgments about the importance of different things, it helps us to refine and consolidate our knowledge, helping us arrive at knowledge that is more accurate and deeper and is also stickier in our memory. This back and forth process where we're redoing parts of the mind map and adjusting the structure and regrouping and testing different relationships and going back and forth between different resources. This is actually a natural part of learning, which in the research is often called the recursive nature of deep learning. And you can't skip this step, or at least you shouldn't if you want a high level of knowledge mastery. The ability to explain what is and is not important and justify that is a hallmark sign of expertise. Likewise, not being able to clearly articulate what is or is not important, but instead just knowing a whole bunch of individual facts that are generally connected to each other is a sign of a beginner in that topic. Now, earlier in the video, I said that there is a right and wrong way of using AI to help you make a mind map. And if we remember that mind mapping is a process, a skill that helps us engage in the right thinking process to promote good learning, it becomes much more obvious as to what will help us and what will harm us. For example, I could plug a bunch of keywords into ChatGPT and get it to generate some groups for me. And just like that, it's done. Would that be harmful or helpful for our learning? Well, if we remember the fact that the process of looking for similarities and differences and therefore deciding on which groups we want to form in itself is a process that helps us with learning, then getting AI to just do that for us would be harmful. It saves us time, but it defeats the purpose of grouping it in the first place. Okay, but what about instead if I think of some groups myself, but then I use ChatGPT to verify whether those groups make sense or not? After all, those are the types of things that it could be hard to verify using a Google search or trawling through your textbook. Now that bit of feedback actually seems pretty helpful. So was this going to be helpful or harmful for our learning? Well, in this case, it would be helpful because we've already done the hard part of thinking about the groups and comparing and arriving at some kind of hypothesis. And verifying whether that hypothesis is legitimate or not through Google searches and reading through pages and pages of textbooks and lecture slides is not really that different from getting the answer in a single report. So as a rule of thumb, using AI in our learning is generally harmful for learning if it, number one, makes it cognitively easier for us to organize the information, and number two, if it bypasses the need for us to compare or make active, independent judgments about what we're learning. On the other hand, AI is generally helpful if it saves time for us in just collecting information or in just summarizing large bodies for us to then process and compare and make judgments on. Or number three, it saves time compared to doing a Google search of essentially the same thing. Now, if you follow these guidelines, you will be well on your way to creating the perfect mind map.
You've now completed your intro to mind mapping. I'm shortly going to share some more advanced strategies and tips for mind mapping. But before we do that, I need to address the most common mistakes people make when they start experimenting with mind mapping. If you make these mistakes, mind mapping can become a huge waste of time. Most people who say that mind mapping doesn't work for them, they're running into these mistakes. So let's start by avoiding those.
Mind maps are seriously powerful, and I've learned pretty much everything using them. But a lot of people struggle getting started with mind mapping. So if you've ever tried mind mapping and you found that it was overwhelming, or you're just staring at a blank page, not sure what to put down, or you're even insecure about trying it, then I'm going to tell you exactly why you feel that way and what you can do about it. Now, I travel around the world delivering workshops on how to learn more effectively, and mind mapping is a common technique that I'll teach. And the way that I teach it now is actually very different to how I taught it 10 years ago. 10 years ago, I would just say, here's how to mind map, go and do it. And then 5 minutes later, I'd look around and everyone has a blank page in front of them, confused, and they don't know where to start. And at first it confused me because I'm literally giving step-by-step instructions on how to do the technique. Like, why can't you just do it? But then over the years, I realized that there are two very common and powerful mental barriers that people form over their academic lives that seriously hold them back. And it's not just for mind mapping. These mental barriers, which are basically habits that we form, will hold you back for pretty much any effective learning technique that you can ever learn. So what are these mental barriers? The first thing is that you have to trust your brain. What does that mean? Okay, imagine you're sitting there in a lecture. Most people, if they're awake, will just be listening, sitting there and writing or typing down their notes constantly. Just listening and writing it down straight away like a human photocopier. And if that's you, then you're really gonna struggle to learn more efficiently. And I'll explain why in a sec, but first, here's a question for you. If you write notes constantly while you are consuming new information, why do you do that? Why don't you just listen to it first, piece it all together, think about it, synthesize it, and then output it in a nicely formatted, organized set of notes? The answer is that number one, you probably don't know how, and that seems really overwhelming. And number two, you don't trust your brain to be able to do that in the first place. After all, you've never been able to do that before, and you might think that your memory is like a sieve, so there's no reason to believe that your brain could hold on to all of that information, put it all together nicely, and then write a set of notes right at the end. But this is a self-fulfilling prophecy, and it's not a good prophecy. The prophecy says you are gonna struggle to learn forever. Because I want you to think about how learning actually works. Let's say I'm learning from this book. If I just look at this book, how much do you think I'm going to learn? Not a lot. Now, what if I open the book and look at some pages? Am I learning now? Yeah, probably not yet. But what if I now read the words that are on the page? Am I learning now? Yeah, a little bit more than before. Okay, what if I now read the words, think about them, ask myself some questions, and then go back to try to answer those questions, flicking back and forth within the book to answer that, and then write down my notes that summarize my thoughts. So obviously that last one will probably result in the most amount of learning. And the key difference between those examples I just gave you is how much your brain is involved in that process. So when we think about us reading something, that information coming into our brain, then us writing some notes about it, learning is the part that happens in the middle, in the gap between where information goes in and then comes out again. In fact, research tells us that writing notes immediately after listening or reading to something, like at the same time, makes us worse at learning. And that's because this space in between information coming in and going out gets so small that there's no opportunity for your brain to do any thinking in the first place. So if you want information to come into your brain and stay in your brain, then you have to actually let your brain in on the action. You need to give it the time and the opportunity to think and pull it apart and ask questions and connect it all together again. Because your job as a learner isn't just to take information and document it for later. Your job as a learner is to take in information so that your brain can process it. And honestly, if all you're doing is reading something or listening to something, writing some notes, and then later going to reread and then rewrite those notes, you are not letting your brain in on that process at any point. But unfortunately, if you, like most people, spent 10 years just writing notes endlessly as your main form of studying, and then someone, like me, tells you to stop doing that and try mind mapping instead, that's gonna feel uncomfortable. It's different, it's new, it's unknown, it can make you feel anxious and insecure. What if it doesn't work? What if you start with the wrong fact or concept? What if you forget and you write down the wrong thing? Or what if you put down the wrong relationship or connection? What if the world explodes? You know, all sorts of terrible things can start happening if you mind map. And if that's you, and especially if you've been following my content for a while and you want to give mind mapping a go, but you just feel like you don't know how to start, then I want you to understand two things. Number one, anything new is uncomfortable. You either live with the discomfort of learning something new, or you live with the discomfort of never learning and growing. And number two, it's actually not hard at all if you take it one step at a time. So here's a couple of strategies that have worked really well for my students in the past to help them unlock their first proper effective mind map. First thing I call delayed note-taking. The concept to this is simple. Because learning happens inside the brain, and if we are just writing notes immediately as soon as that information comes in, we're effectively bypassing the brain. With delayed note-taking, we're just gonna increase this space. We're gonna increase that gap and give our brain more of an opportunity to jump in on the process. How do we do that? By literally just waiting and taking in more information before we write our notes. For example, let's say you normally write notes constantly and straight away. Then you'll be writing notes on a word for word basis. As soon as someone says a word, you write that word down. And it would look something like this. So here, the lecturer will just be talking to you, or you're watching a video, or you're just reading a textbook, and you are just constantly writing the notes. Basically, no gap between the information coming in and the information going out. Zero brain actually involved. Now here's what it would look like with a sentence level of delay. We're first listening, or we might be reading something, and then after a sentence, then we're writing it down very quickly, and then we're gonna be listening again, we're thinking about it, and then we're writing it down again, and again we're listening or reading, and then we're writing it down again. So you see, there's more time spent in my brain and less time spent just on the keyboard. We're creating a pause between the information coming in and the information going out, and therefore we're introducing an opportunity for real learning to take place. Now, the secret to making this actually helpful for you is that you have to activate this cognitive switch. And this is important because this cognitive switch is actually crucial to do any form of effective learning, especially mind mapping. In fact, I guarantee you talk to any top learner and they are already doing this cognitive switch without them even realizing it. But here's how this cognitive switch works. When we add a small delay, like just 2 or 3 sentences, then our brain is in this juggle mode. We're basically just trying to hold on to and juggle mentally all this new information that's come in and desperately try not to forget it until we can write it back down. So that's juggle mode, and that kind of thinking is not helpful for learning. It's not gonna help you build a good memory, and it's certainly not gonna help you apply what you've learned. But once that delay in our note-taking starts widening even further, a really interesting thing starts happening in our brain. This graph represents how long we delay our note-taking for. And then here on the left, that's 0. That's basically as soon as I hear it, I'm writing it down again. And then here on the right, let's say this is a 10-minute delay, which means that after I hear something new for the first time, I'm actually holding on to that for 10 minutes and continually consuming 10 minutes worth of information before I'm writing it down. And have a look at what happens to our mental effort and memory on the y-axis. So at first, our effort involved in doing this is basically 0. It's easy to do. And our memory on this is almost 0 as well. So this is extremely easy, but also extremely useless. Now, once we start delaying our note-taking for a little longer, like a few sentences, what we'll find is that the amount of mental effort goes up a lot. We're in juggle mode. We're trying to hold on to all of this new information before we can write it down again. But remember, I said juggle mode is not an efficient way for your brain to encode new information. So even though the effort goes up rather rapidly, our memory doesn't really go up by much at all. Now here's where it gets interesting, because after we introduce a delay of more than, let's say, 1 or 2 minutes, we're taking in so much new information that it's pretty much impossible for our brain to hold on to everything without forgetting it. Our effort is already gonna be at its limit, and we're gonna be forgetting most of what we consumed during that time anyway. So this situation, which feels quite overwhelming, is exactly where we wanna put ourselves, because this is what puts us into that cognitive switch from juggle mode into organizing mode. And learning to think in this organizing mode is crucial to do any kind of effective learning. In organizing mode, we're not trying to hold on to every new piece of information and juggle it in our brain so we're not going to forget it, because it's impossible, it's too much. In organizing mode instead, we're focused on trying to group it, to simplify it, to summarize it, so that there are less individual things to hold on to. We're transforming it into something that feels easier to remember and makes more sense. And research, as well as my own observations from coaching thousands of people, have shown that this process of organizing these separate facts and concepts into groups is critical for forming stronger memory and deepening our ability to apply that knowledge. It's kind of like folding and putting your clothes away instead of just trying to hold on to all of your laundry at once. You know where to find your socks because they are logically in your sock drawer together. In the same way, your brain knows how to access certain information because it's been actively organized in a way that makes sense. So if we look at this graph again, once we flick into this organizing mode, then our mental effort actually starts going down. And it will stay at this more reasonable level. It's not going to drop to zero because you still have to spend effort on trying to find ways to group it and organize it together. But it's a lot easier than just holding on to and trying to remember everything. But more importantly, our memory and our depth of understanding shoots up massively. Now, an efficient learner can usually delay their note-taking by around 5 minutes or more, depending on how dense and complicated the information is. However, diligence is key. It could literally take you years to delay your note-taking by up to 3 to 5 minutes, which is really the level that you want it to be if you want a chance at mastering mind mapping. And in fact, it's gonna take so long that you're probably gonna give up before you actually crack it. Which means if you want to improve your memory and retain more and solve more complex problems and improve your performance and assessments without studying all day, then you have to work on your learning skills consistently every week. And even if you found me on YouTube today, I worked on this every day for years. Which is why to try to make this as easy as possible for you so that you don't have to spend every day for years, I make videos like this. But I also have a free newsletter. It's called the Learning Drops newsletter. It's a completely free newsletter that you can sign up to, and I'll email you every single week practical things that you can do to get better and faster at learning every single week. The emails only take 3 to 6 minutes to read, but they aim to save you hours per week in study time while improving your academic performance and without spending years to figure it out like I did. I'll leave a link in the description if you want to join. Now, if you give delayed note-taking a go, you're going to run into another problem, which is that you don't have enough time to write your notes. Because if you're just listening and sitting there, like listening or reading something for 5 or 10 minutes, and then you are writing your notes, then you need to write those notes very, very quickly. Otherwise, you're gonna miss the next 5 minutes worth of stuff. Or if you're reading and it's a self-study session, this study session is gonna take you hours. But if this happens to you, then that's probably because of another bad habit that you have. And this is the second major mental barrier, which is the belief that writing more notes is better. Because for a lot of people, there's a sense of security with writing lots of detailed, comprehensive notes. Research actually shows that having longer, wordier notes tends to reduce your academic performance. And the reason is because of what I mentioned before. If you have lots of notes, it probably means you did more constant writing, which means that you actually thought about what to write less. So on top of delaying your note-taking, I also want you to actively drop your word count. By writing less, not only does it save time, but it also forces you to think about another way that you can represent that same information, which in turn forces us to think about the information more deeply. And honestly, rather than delaying the note-taking, it's this dropping the word count part that I found most people find more challenging. And it's probably because writing lots of notes keeps you in the illusion of learning. The illusion of learning is when we are doing things that make us feel like we're making progress when we're actually not. For example, I know a lot of people that buy a lot of like books or audio books, and it just goes from like the delivery person to their shelf. Like they never even read it. That is the illusion of learning. You're doing something, usually something very easy, that feels like it's productive when it actually isn't making a difference to the thing you're trying to improve. Writing notes is the same thing. Anyone can write a lot of notes. And when you get to the end of a long study session and you've got 30 pages of beautiful, comprehensive notes, you look at that and think, wow, that's so beautiful. Pat yourself on the back. I've been so productive. Except that's a lie, and we all know it. Because a week later, we're probably gonna forget half of it, and we're not even gonna read the other half again anyway. But once we force ourselves to drop the word count, it strips away the illusion of learning. It's forcing us to engage with the process of learning directly. If we struggle with that learning process, it becomes painfully obvious because we can literally see it in our notes. So to make it a little easier for you to escape this illusion of learning more successfully, let me show you a step-by-step progression of what it would look like as you progressively drop your word count. We start with your original notes that might look something like this. So we're gonna take the first step now of shortening it, which is just reducing down some of those unnecessary sentences, turning some of them into bullet points, just taking out unnecessary, obvious filler words. Alrighty, and this is the simplified word drop version. Straight away, just comparing it back and forth, there's literally no useful information that was stripped away between the two versions here. So that's the first step of dropping the word count. So now what we're gonna do is take the next step where we're not necessarily taking away more words, but we're now seeing how we can start using spatial arrangement, some lines, some basic arrows and connections to just express some of these obvious relationships and ideas without having to physically write it out. And you can see at this point, it's even simpler. And again, there's no useful information that was stripped away. In fact, I'd say that this final one is actually a little better at showing the relationships and showing the overall picture of how I should understand it. You can see at a glance, it's actually easier to see as well. At this point, you can see it's actually almost starting to naturally form a kind of mind map. And so even though with each of these iterations, there's less and less on the page, there's more and more learning that is happening in the brain. Less on the page, more in the membrane. This is how you're meant to create a mind map, this kind of natural progression here. Most people, when they think about doing a mind map, they start with this big central theme on a page and all these things branch out of it, but that's not the point. A mind map is just a representation of the relationships and the connections that you discovered and synthesized based on thinking about how the information is related and can be grouped together. And by getting to this point, alongside some delayed note-taking, that's gonna help you unlock a better memory, which means that you're gonna forget less of what you studied, and better knowledge application, which means that you can use what you've learned to solve more problems and do better in your exams. So how long does it take to go from this here all the way through to this final version? If you are a total beginner who has only done linear note-taking before and you're feeling really, really insecure and uncomfortable about this, it's gonna take you probably 1 or 2 weeks if you are diligent with practicing it. And from this point to get to a fully supercharged memory boosting mind map will take another 2 to 6 weeks with guidance, or 2 to 6 months if you're doing it alone. Again, it depends on how deep your old habits are and how diligently you practice.
Okay, so with those mistakes out of the way, we're now ready to move on to some more specific strategies and cognitive processes to help you build a bulletproof mind mapping system. We've covered a lot so far, and you're still here with me, so well done. At this point, I want to tell you about 2 different things. First thing, if you're finding this valuable so far, and you're seeing that there's new insights, and you're seeing how it's starting to all fit together, understand that this is not a process that happens overnight. It's more of a marathon. You can do it. You can transform it, and it is worthwhile to spend the effort to do it. It is a really special feeling to have the confidence to look at any challenge to do with learning new knowledge or learning new skills and just know that you will be able to tackle that and overcome it and do it probably better and faster than everyone else. It is a life-changing skill, and it has been for me both when I was a student, going through medical school, doing my master's, working as a professional. So the first message really is just to keep it up. You can do it. The second message is to say that if you want to make this process a little bit faster, a little bit smoother, a little bit more guided, if you've liked so far that I've kind of structured and put together a few of these videos, and you like the fact that you can sort of start from one place and then just progress through step by step, then you may also be interested in joining my full paid program. If you're not interested in joining and you just want to watch the videos for free on YouTube, I will keep uploading videos for free on YouTube, and I plan to do this for a long time. But for those of you who are serious about learning to learn and you want to do this faster with closer support, and you like this step-by-step structure where you can just learn everything that you need to be a better learner, then I think you may also be interested in learning a little bit about my full guided program. This is a 4-hour video and it's still not comprehensive. There's a lot of other aspects about learning and self-management that is just not covered in this masterclass at all. So if you are interested in learning a little bit more, I'll leave a link to it in the description below. You can also sign up at icanstudy.com. If you're not interested, that's all good. There's no pressure, but for those of you who are, you can check it out. Now, if you want to make the process of mind mapping easier, one thing you need to be able to do very accurately is assess your current level of mind mapping. You should be able to look at your mind map and understand what level you are, what the issues you have are, and therefore what you need to do to improve on it. And this process is a little bit tricky, especially if you're just starting out on learning this skill. So this next video helps you to self-diagnose that and tells you exactly what you need to work on to improve your mind mapping.
Mind mapping can be broken down into 3 different levels of skill. When mind mapping is done at a skill level of level 3, it's legitimately one of the most powerful learning techniques that you can master. It improves your memory, it increases your processing speed, it makes it easier to think about more content more deeply. But when mind mapping is done at level 1, it can be a complete waste of time. For me, being able to do a level 3 mind map every time is a big part of what gave me the confidence to run a business full-time while going through medical school, and then later my full-time master's, for which I ranked first in my year. Now, the first step in actually being able to level up your mind mapping is to be able to look at a mind map and identify what level it's at. Once we can figure out the difference between the different levels of mind map, we can then focus on the processes that help us bridge each of these levels. So I'll show you some examples of each level of mind maps, see if you can spot the difference. So these ones are level 1. And then these ones here are level 2. And these are some level 3. Now, you might think that the main difference is that a level 3 mind map just looks simpler or more comprehensive, but it is so much more than that. And the difference between a level 1 and a level 3 is probably the difference that separates a top 30% learner from a top 1% learner. But before we get into that, let's take a deep dive into level 1. So here's the example of the level 1 mind map again. Now, the level 1 mind map has 2 important characteristics. The first thing is that it has non-linearity of ideas. So if you have a look at this, you can see that it's not just going left to right down the page. All of these things, it's trying to represent the ideas spatially around the page. And the second thing is that there are connections between the ideas. You can see that they're trying to express these connections with these lines and arrows. Now, the difference is actually a lot more obvious when we go back a level to what's even before level 1, which is level 0 note-taking. And level 0 note-taking looks a little bit more like this. And these are actually my old notes from like over 10 years ago. And I can tell you that the thousands of hours I spent on writing notes like these were ultimately a waste of time. So at level 0, there are 5 characteristics that you should definitely avoid. Firstly, it's very linear. Secondly, it's usually very wordy. And thirdly, it's pretty superficial.
It doesn't go into the content very deeply. It doesn't really look at how ideas are related to each other because frankly, trying to write that all down through level 0 linear note-taking would be completely overwhelming. There's often a lot of highlighting and sometimes there's a lot of annotating. And at the end of the day, it is uselessly time-consuming in that it takes a lot of time, but it's not really helping with our retention or our depth of understanding. So level 1 really represents this first point where someone's trying to break this old linear mold. But the important thing is not to just recognize the characteristics of each level, it's to know what the process is that takes you from level 0 to level 1. And there are 3 key processes that someone is engaging in to go from level 0 to level 1. The first process is that they're looking at how they can use arrows and lines to represent information instead of just writing it out as full sentences. So no full sentences. The second thing is that we're trying to cut down on how wordy it is. We're often doing a little bit more summarizing. And the third part is getting a little bit more comfortable with just representing information spatially and without using words. When we follow these processes, we go from level 0 to level 1. Now, at level 1, we're not really getting a strong benefit from mind mapping. The real power of mind mapping comes from level 2 and level 3, and in fact, level 1 often looks pretty messy. However, level 1 is not bad. Mind mapping is a skill, and like any other skill, there are levels to that skill, and you can't just skip a level. Level 1 is necessary because it allows us to break out from level 0 to then work towards level 2. Kind of like training wheels on a bicycle. And a lot of people will say, oh, I gave mind mapping a go, it didn't really work for me. But they actually only reached level 1. And you're right, if you only reach level 1, it's not really gonna work for you. So let's have a look at level 2, where you should see some benefit. Here's an example of the level 2 mind maps again. And once we're at this level 2 skill, we should be feeling a lot more comfortable with expressing information non-linearly. And at level 2, there are 3 characteristics to look out for. First of all, we have groups of information. And these groups are related to each other. And as a result, there is a clearer flow or structure to the information. You can see these groups being represented here in the brown, as well as the flow of information with the arrows being a little bit cleaner. And if your mind map has these characteristics, it's probably at level 2. And by the way, let me know what level you are in the comments so that I can help cater my future videos to you. So now that we know what a level 2 mind map looks like, let's think about what the processes are that take us from level 1 to level 2. There are, again, 3 main processes that we want to focus on here. The first one is that we're thinking a little bit more about how ideas are similar or different to each other. And by thinking about how similar things are to each other, this allows us to put them into groups. We're arranging them by those similarities. Number 2, we're now thinking about how the information actually flows and influences each other. We've created these groups, we've looked at how things might be related and similar to each other, and we're thinking, how do these ideas connect together in a coherent structure? Which leads to number 3, we're actually thinking about intentionally creating more of a structure, as opposed to, for example, just drawing a bunch of lines and arrows connecting things all over the place. And overall, the difference between level 1 and level 2, the major difference, is that we're spending a lot more time thinking about how we want to arrange the information and organize it, as opposed to just getting used to organizing it non-linearly. And by thinking about how to organize the information in level 2 and later also in level 3, we're forcing our brain to engage in that higher order thinking, which is one of the most important cognitive processes that you can do to understand, remember, and apply what you learned properly. In fact, the OECD has even come out with a statement saying that higher order thinking skills is one of the most
crucial things that a modern day learner needs to know to be successful. So what that means is that if you are mind mapping and you're not noticing improvements in your understanding or your memory or your ability to apply the information, it probably means that you're not engaging at that higher order of thinking. And that would be common because most people tend to avoid higher order thinking since it takes more mental effort and it can feel uncomfortable, which basically means most people are avoiding the type of thinking that helps build stronger memory and deeper understanding in the first place. This is famously called the misinterpreted effort hypothesis, which I've talked about in lots of my other videos. And this is important because there's essentially no point in using mind mapping as a technique if we're not engaging in the right type of thinking. And it's actually really easy to demonstrate the difference between level 0, level 1, and level 2. So I'll show you using this article on metacognition, which is just taken from Wikipedia. It could be from a textbook or from lecture slides. It doesn't really matter. This is just a demonstration. So at level 0, let me show you what my note-taking would look like. I'll type it out for you so that you don't have to struggle reading through my handwriting. So as I'm writing these notes, all I'm doing is I'm reading a sentence, I'm summarizing it a little, I'm transcribing it down. Honestly, I may as well have just used ChatGPT or something to do this because it takes no mental effort and my brain is almost asleep. No real learning is happening in the brain. Now, there actually is a way to still do linear notes while still getting level 3 results. And I'll show you that one later. Okay, so I'll just end that demonstration there because I'm losing brain cells. Let me do the same passage at level 1. And so here, as I'm writing, I'm mentally doing the same thing. I'm basically just reading a sentence, I'm summarizing it a little, maybe a little bit more concisely, and then I'm just writing it down. And I'm basically just looking to see if it's connected to anything else really obviously, and I'm putting some lines and arrows down. As we are progressing, you can see it's starting to get a little messy, and honestly, like, it's already kind of overwhelming in terms of just there's a lot of lines and arrows going everywhere. And this is usually when a lot of students will say it's not working, since it might actually feel worse than just linear notes, which are at least easier to read. But anyway, that was level 1, same content, same stuff, but done through level 1 mind mapping. And you can see some similarities with the examples that I showed you before. So now let's do level 2, exactly the same content again. Now here, there's a big difference in thinking compared to before, because instead of just going sentence by sentence and putting it down, I'm actually reading more. I'm actually thinking about it back and forth. I'm actively deciding how I want to structure this information in a way that makes sense. And I'm also actively trying to group related ideas together. You can see it's looking tidier, there's more groups, it's a little bit easier to follow, and it's actually a lot more engaging. In fact, it's actually even a little bit fun, and I can feel that the information sticks in my head a lot more easily, while at level 0 and then level 1, I barely remember what I wrote down. Also, it's a little hard to see from the video, but the time I spent just thinking about what to write before even writing anything down in the first place is a lot longer. So at level 0 and level 1, I'm basically writing something every 5 or 10 seconds. I'm pretty much writing non-stop. And at level 2, I'm thinking about things for like 20 or 30 seconds or even more before even writing it down, because I'm just trying to think about how I want to arrange it. That's actually one really good way to see if you're thinking about things enough to learn effectively. It shouldn't really be possible to think at level 2 depth and also write constantly. So that is level 2. And now going from level 0 to level 2 is probably enough to give you a decent little grade bump of like 10 to 15%. But level 3 is where you start seeing some serious improvements. Here's an example of my maps at level 3 again. And there are 3 characteristics that you need to know at level 3. The first thing is that the structure and flow is much clearer. You can clearly see where the information is going throughout this map. Number 2, there's more emphasis to some groups and arrows over others. For example, you can see that these arrows are a little bit thicker compared to, for example, these arrows. That visually indicates the importance of information and relationships. And this last one is harder to notice, but the groups themselves are more intuitive and easier to remember. So if we kind of zoom in a little bit here, we can see that the actual name of the groups that have been used are not always the same terminology that is taught for the topic. They've actually relabeled the group so it makes more sense for them at an intuitive level. It's actually easier to understand the difference between level 2 and 3 by talking about the processes that we need to engage in to go from level 2 to level 3. Now, by the time we're at a level 3 skill, we're used to writing non-linear notes. We're used to thinking about how things are similar. We're used to grouping things together. We're used to creating structures and flows. What we're focusing on with the process at level 3 is the quality. So we're improving the quality of the connections and relationships that we're forming. We're also increasing the quality, and when I say quality, I'm talking about how intuitive the groups that we're forming are. Yeah, sure, we can connect this group to this group. We can connect these ideas to these other ideas. We can group these things together, sure. But which way of grouping is actually the best for us? Which makes the most sense, which is the most intuitive, which feels like it's gonna be stickier in our memory? Which means, number 3, we have to spend time to identify alternatives and then make an actual judgment on which one is the best. For example, here's that little map that I made before at level 2, and then here is the exact same map with essentially the exact same information, but just grouped and structured differently. So at level 3, I'm actually thinking about these alternative ways of structuring the information and arranging them in a way that makes more sense to me. At level 3, our mind maps are becoming cleaner, more intuitive, more deliberate. The lines and the arrows and everything that I'm putting on there is more intentional. Now, for most people, the difference between level 2 and level 3 may not seem like much. After all, we're still just grouping and organizing information. But the difference between level 2 and level 3 in terms of how much it affects your performance and results and memory and depth of understanding is probably more than the difference between going from level 0 all the way through to level 2. Being able to create a level 3 mind map consistently is very uncommon and probably translates to a roughly top 10% level of performance. In fact, the type of thinking that you have to do for a level 3 mind map is so crucial that virtually any top 1 or 2% learner is going to be thinking in this way, even if they're not using mind maps as the technique. Mentally, they're engaging in those same higher order thinking processes and patterns, which is why earlier I said that it is actually possible to do level 0 linear note taking, but still get level 3 types of results. And let me show you how. So just going back to my article on metacognition here, I'm gonna do the pseudo level 3 note taking with linear notes here. So as I do this, just notice how I'm spending a lot of time reading and when I'm writing, I'm not actually just reading things and writing things down. I'm actually thinking about it and synthesizing it, and I'm doing all of that higher order thinking and grouping and thinking about how things are related to each other. I'm doing that all mentally as I read, and then I'm writing down like my entire synthesis and structure. So it's almost like a mini essay where I'm trying to explain all the relationships and nuances of the content that I've read. And this is basically how you're able to get some people that are using what seems like a pretty mediocre method of note taking, but they're getting great results because mentally what's going on is at a high level. But there are 2 specific reasons that you should not do this. First of all, it's honestly just much harder than doing the level 3 mind map. Because I'm having to do all the thinking in my head and all the processing, I can't track my thoughts and all the relationships that I'm thinking of on the mind map. So it's much harder for me to actually create the connections and organize my thoughts. Being able to just literally write it down and brainstorm the ideas as I go is probably 2 or even 3 times faster and easier than trying to do it all mentally and then just forcing it back down into a linear set of notes again. This is actually also the reason why you should use mind maps to plan literature reviews and essays. It's also probably 2 or 3 times more time consuming overall. Not just when I'm writing the notes, but later when I go to review the notes, I'm forcing myself to have to read through this entire thing all over again to extract the meaning from it. Whereas if I had just the mind map, I can just glance at it to review the structure in like seconds or minutes. And even though the mind map looks simpler, it's actually the same types of relationships and thoughts that as were in the essay. The essay is not a more comprehensive set of notes at all. In fact, the essay probably doesn't even cover all of the relationships that I'd be able to express in the mind map. The level 3 mind map is incomparably simpler, faster, and more organized. This synthesized essay writing thing that I just did, you can use that as a revision technique later instead. Now, if you found this video and you want even more to help you master the art and science of learning, then I've got a free weekly newsletter that I've created where I've taken my decade of coaching and distilled what really works into bite-sized emails. Each email contains a key concept to help you improve your memory, your depth of understanding, your ability to apply your knowledge, as well as a practical takeaway or a challenge. It's completely free, and the concepts that I talked about in this video are also included in one of those newsletters, as well as other concepts that I have never made any videos about. If you're interested, I'll leave a link for you to join that in the description. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
And that is the end of chapter 3 on mind mapping. And I want to reinforce that just knowing about the skill of mind mapping is not enough. The only way you're going to improve is through targeted repetitions, getting feedback, and iterating. Your ability to mind map will get better over time as you continue to practice, as with any skill. And so on that note, let's move on to chapter 4, which is about skill acquisition. If you want to be a well-rounded learner, yes, you need to be able to learn new knowledge very quickly, but it's arguably even more important that you can learn new skills quickly. And so we're going to kick off chapter 4 talking about skill acquisition with how you can master any complex skill more easily.
There are 4 stages of learning any complex skill that you need to know. And there are 4 corresponding actions that you have to take to be able to learn that skill effectively. When we do the right actions for the right stage, we're able to progress through that stage very quickly. This is what fast tracks our ability to learn skills. Unfortunately, most people are doing actions at stage 3 when they're only at stage 2. And when there's this misalignment, it creates wasted time, frustration, stress, and ultimately, you will not be able to master pretty much any complex skill. This is where the RAIL framework comes in, to make sure that we are aligned and mastering new skills as effectively as possible. By using this framework, my ability to coach students on how to study and learn more effectively has become about 5 or 6 times faster than before. What used to take me 2 years to train now only takes me 2 or 3 months. And I've personally used this framework to learn pretty much every new skill I've picked up over the last 10 years, from studying to public speaking, dancing, archery, photography, even using nunchucks. In fact, actually, let me show you. Oh, I don't break anything. As I do this, let's give it a go. Literally just hit my light. Nothing destroyed. And yes, FYI, that is a skill that serves absolutely no purpose in my life. But the best part is that this framework is actually really easy to use. By the end of this video, you'll learn how to use RAIL to learn any new complex skill. But first, we actually have to understand the scientific principle behind why some skills are even harder to learn than other skills in the first place. So when I was 15, I watched this video on how to tie shoelaces really quickly. And I practiced this skill for like 5 minutes and I learned how to do it. But learning to tie a shoelace is very different from learning to play an instrument or learning to code or most other complex skills. And one of the things that makes a complex skill complex is this thing called the latent learning period. Latent learning was first described in the 1930s by this American psychologist called Edward Tolman. And it basically talks about when there is no immediate reinforcement while you are learning the skill. For example, if I'm learning something simple like tying my shoelaces, then there's no real latent learning period. I'm getting immediate feedback on whether the shoes were tied up well or not. But as soon as we enter into any even moderately complex skill, the latent learning period stretches out much longer. For example, if you learn to play chess, you might spend lots of time, weeks even, just learning the rules and how to move which piece and figuring out the strategy. But until you really play a game and get some real experience, you're not going to know where your mistakes are and how to actually improve. And so there's a long time between the learning and then the getting feedback on the learning. That's the latent learning period. And for skills like learning how to study, you might not get feedback on how good your new study technique is for weeks or months until you actually get an exam result. And during that time, you might have done hundreds of other things that all affect the outcome. It's pretty much impossible to know what was the reason you got the result that you did, and therefore what you need to change to improve. And every skill, especially complex skills, take trial and error and experimentation to improve. But we waste a lot of time trialing things and making errors over and over again, sort of aimlessly. But if we can answer just one question, it can massively increase our ability to learn any complex skill. And that question is, am I moving in the right direction? Because even if we don't know the fastest, most direct line to learn a skill, if we have guidelines that tell us whenever we're potentially deviating off track, then we know that our experiments and our efforts are gonna eventually get us towards the goal rather than just wandering around aimlessly for years. And we can answer this question of, am I moving in the right direction, with the RAIL framework. Here's how it works. In the first stage of learning any complex skill, we're pretty clueless. We have no idea where to start. We don't know how to think about it. We don't even know what questions to ask because we don't know enough to even ask questions. And this is a huge problem because it means we don't know where to put our effort and attention. Because I'm a learning coach, I'm going to use learning to learn as an example. Most people have no idea really where to start increasing their learning efficiency. And they come in with a bunch of misconceptions about learning, like just thinking that more hours studying is the key to success. And even in my training program at I Can Study, where people are actually trying to upgrade their studying techniques, it is not uncommon for me to see someone skip a technique because they don't think it's important or relevant for them, when actually it might be literally the most important thing that they could possibly be working on. We don't know what we don't know. And trying to improve anything without knowing where to direct our effort is the biggest time waste of all. But this is the first stage of learning a new skill. It is the R of RAIL, and it stands for relevance. Because improving at this stage means understanding what is relevant for you and what is worth caring about. So how do you know you're at the relevance stage? Number one, you'll feel generally lost and confused about where to begin. You either can't think of many things to work on or experiment with, or there seem to be so many things to work on and experiment with that it's overwhelming, aka we don't know what to care about yet. You'll know you're making progress through this relevance stage when you start realizing more variables to think and care about, and things that seemed irrelevant before now become relevant. For learning to learn, these variables might be things like understanding what creates active learning, or being able to assess your cognitive load, or learning about different orders of learning, or understanding how encoding affects retrieval. So as you progress through the relevance stage, you're not actually getting any better at the skill. Like, you can't do it properly yet, and you're certainly not getting any results for it, but you are still progressing. And that's the key. So how do we actually make this progress? Well, the actions that help you progress through the relevance stage are number one, exploration, and two, challenging. Exploration means that we're spending time to understand the skill. Talk to people that are already good at it. What do they say you should be thinking about and caring about? Get a diverse range of opinions. Spend some time to learn more about the theory. What are the other variables that you should be thinking about? Challenging means that we're being open-minded and challenging our own beliefs or assumptions. Like I mentioned with learning to learn, a lot of people think that a certain technique is what they need to get better, but in reality, what's really holding them back might be another variable that they haven't considered or don't think is very important, like the way that they're practicing or how they're managing their time. And the only way that we can really find out what matters is to be open-minded to the idea that what we think is important right now might not be correct. Now, learning to learn is one of the most important skills that you can master because it makes learning everything else in your life much easier. However, it is probably one of the most challenging skills to learn because that is an incredibly long, latent learning period. And seeing people trying to learn and struggling and stressing because they don't know where to start is not only really sad, but it's very frustrating for me because it is so much easier when you know what to care about. So to help you with this, I've created a free learning system health check quiz for you. It's a free quiz that you can take that will evaluate your learning system and score you out of 100. But more importantly, you'll get a personalized report that will give you which components you're doing well on and then which parts that are holding you back from being a learning master. Now, for learning to learn, this quiz should probably get you almost to the end of stage 1 of Rail. And it only takes like 10 minutes. FYI, it took me like 2 years to get to the end of stage 1 because I had no one to teach me and I was literally spending like thousands of hours reading research papers and thinking about the way that I learn. For some people, they never reach the end of stage 1 for their entire lives. But you can now skip all that. I've got the link to the quiz in the description below. So anyway, we're now at the end of stage 1, relevance. We know what to care about. We know what the variables are. What now? Well, this is the part in skill acquisition research, which is called the plateau period. It's often the part where most people give up. In the second stage of learning a skill, we are trying to perform the skill, but we are consistently failing. Sometimes we know why we failed and sometimes we don't. We continuously make mistakes and we don't seem to be making any clear progress. This is why it's called the plateau period. It's frustrating and demotivating, and so this is when a lot of people will give up. But not if you know the Rail framework, because the second stage is the awareness stage. As in, we're becoming more aware of our mistakes. And the key sign that you're in this stage is that you are trying and making mistakes. Hopefully, lots of mistakes. Think of it like a checklist. Let's say to learn a skill correctly, you need to make 100 mistakes in order to finally be able to do it correctly for the first time. In that case, progress is about making as many of those mistakes as quickly as possible. So making mistakes doesn't feel good, but it is helpful and necessary. Once you know how to overcome the mistakes, doing it correctly happens by default. A lot of people who go through my program hold off on practicing new techniques because they're afraid of making mistakes and getting it wrong. They can spend days or even weeks just thinking about it and asking questions to try to avoid every possible mistake they can think of. And then by the time it comes to give it a go, their head is so full of things to try to avoid that they become overwhelmed and paralyzed. On the other hand, people who recognize the value of learning from mistakes can give things a go and pick up a new skill within days. So as you progress through the awareness stage, again, you're still not doing it correctly yet, and you're still not seeing good results, but you are progressing by becoming more aware of the mistakes you tend to make. So how can you progress through the awareness stage more quickly? Well, the two actions here are experimentation and reflection. Experimentation is about trying to perform the skill correctly and probably making mistakes. Reflection is about thinking what those mistakes were and why you made them. We can then try a new experiment based on that reflection to try to overcome that mistake. If it was a repeated mistake that you already knew about, you think, well, what am I missing? What's the variable that I haven't considered? And if you don't even know what your mistake was in the first place, you need to get feedback from someone who does know. And everyone needs feedback. Even the highest performing athletes in the world have coaches to give them feedback. Like I said, we don't know what we don't know. Awareness is about knowing more things so that we can overcome them. And it's hard to gain awareness when you're going through it alone. So as you move through this second stage of awareness, we are making less and less mistakes, and at a certain point, there are no more mistakes we're making. This is the sign that we're nearing the end of stage 2. Now, you might think at this point, we're done. We've learned the skill, we're not making any mistakes, time to move on with my life. But unfortunately, not. We're now only entering into stage 3 of 4, and stage 3 is another point at which many people tend to give up. Now, before we get into stage 3, it's important to know why Rail even works. And it's because it's derived from another widely studied model called the 4 stages of competence. In this original model, the stages are called unconscious incompetence, conscious incompetence, conscious competence, and unconscious competence. And I love this model, and I even teach it in my program, but the reason I'm teaching you Rail is because the 4 stages of competence is very dense and there are a lot of nuances. It's also a little abstract and it doesn't actually tell you what you need to do to progress through the stages. The reason I developed Rail is so that you'd have something that's a little more practical, especially for stage 3. And that's because stage 3 can be even more demotivating than stage 2 if you don't have Rail. So at stage 3, we've finally overcome our mistakes. We've learned how to do the skill correctly. However, it takes a lot of effort. We're not very consistent and it's pretty slow. And that's because it's a brand new skill. Because it's brand new, it's slower, it takes more effort than our previous habits and how we used to do things. And in the early part of stage 3, our consistency is so bad that out of 10 attempts, we might only get it correct 2 or 3 times, which is why stage 3 is called iteration. And you know you're in stage 3 when you've been able to perform the technique correctly at least 1 or 2 times, and you're not discovering any new mistakes, but you're struggling to overcome all of them every time. You know you're progressing through stage 3 when with each cycle or iteration, you feel that your consistency is improving and you're able to do the technique correctly a higher percentage of the time. You're starting to feel that it's becoming easier to do it and it requires less effort, and you're getting faster as well. And it must be in that order. If you try to go faster when you don't have the consistency and accuracy yet, you're just going to be increasing your error rate. This is a common reason for demotivation and why people might give up at this stage. So to progress through this stage more quickly, we want to take these 2 actions, which is varied practice and adjust. So varied practice isn't just performing the skill again and again. It's actually about performing the skill in different levels of challenge, different contexts, and in different conditions. If you're learning a new study technique, you want to apply it to lots of different subjects with different volumes of workload through different mediums and different difficulties. Adjust means you're observing how your consistency changes in each of these different contexts and levels of difficulty. Adjusting involves fine-tuning your technique so that you can maintain your consistency even when the situation isn't optimal. For example, how do you adjust your technique for different subjects, or for when you're tired, or when you don't have as much time to study? Again, I'm using study techniques as an example here, but you can use this for literally any other skill. And after enough iterations, you'll notice that you're able to perform the skill with a high level of consistency, with a low level of effort, and you're able to do it very fast. This means you've entered the final stage of Rail. And it's when your new skill has become a new habit. It's just as easy as any other habit, and in fact, it actually takes effort to do it differently. At this stage, the actions to take are not so much about improving the technique, but about refining it to make it better if it needs to be, and regularly using it, because if you don't use it enough, you will lose it. This is a phenomenon called skill decay, and it can happen for any skill that's neglected, and it causes us to slip down into the earlier stages of Rail. And because stage 4 is about keeping your skills for life, it is called the lifelong stage. So you can now use Rail to figure out what stage you're in, see whether the actions you've been taking to learn a new complex skill have been aligned for the stage you're at, and start taking the right action to progress you to the next stage more quickly. And if you're wanting to get a head start on the Rail framework for one of the most complex and important skills that you can ever learn, aka learning to learn, then make sure to check out that free learning system health check quiz linked in the description below. As usual, thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
Now, as you make your way through these 4 different stages of learning, it's important that you are wary of and avoid one super common mistake that lots of people make when they're learning any new skill. It's a really harmful, sabotaging mistake, which I'm going to explain in this next video.
I've been obsessed with figuring out the fastest and easiest possible way to learn new skills for the last decade. And after years of teaching people and reading the research on this, I've stumbled across a mistake that guarantees an almost 100% failure rate on learning any skill. And sadly, this is a mistake that most people make every single day. I call this mistake theory overload. And I think it is one of the most important things to know about when you're trying to learn any new skill. But first, we have to understand a key, often overlooked ingredient to learning any new skill that allows us to even learn skills in the first place. And this ingredient is experiential cycling. So if I practice shooting this bow every day for a month, I should get better, right? Maybe, but maybe not. Once I let go of this arrow, I cannot control where it goes mid-air, at least as far as I know. Where this arrow lands depends on everything that I did in the setup beforehand. And by the way, like any skill, learning to learn is the same. Our exam results, our memory, our depth of understanding, these things depend on the processes we used before when we were studying. Now imagine I shot this arrow and it landed here. Not very good. But to do better next time, I have to know what to change to get it into the center. I cannot keep just firing arrows off randomly expecting to get better. I might get a bullseye once in a while, but it's not going to be consistent, and once the target moves further away, it's not going to work anymore. Same thing in learning. If we get a bad exam result, we need to know what to change. And just because we get a better exam result in a different exam, it doesn't mean we actually solved the problem. So this is essentially the experiential cycle. We have an experience, we observe the result, we think about what we need to change, and then we do an experiment to see if it made it any better. Without this cycle, we cannot learn any new skill. This is pretty straightforward and obvious. But here's the part that traps people. Whether it's learning about learning skills or learning to shoot an arrow or learning any other skill, the fastest way to learn any skill is to learn more slowly. This is the theory overload trap. Now, most of you know that I've got a program that teaches people to learn more efficiently. And one of the things that I can do on the program that I can't do on YouTube is I get to observe how the students behave, and I can track their progress much more closely. So take a look at these 2 students and see if you can guess which one ended up being more academically successful. First one to look at is this one here, Suresh, who was on the program for 5 weeks and got through 31% of the program. And the second student that I want you to look at is Enzo, who was on the program for 54 weeks and got through 20% of the program. Who do you think improved the fastest? So despite covering less of the course, it was actually Enzo who ended up with better academic results. He went from a baseline of 62% to the latest exam result of 92%, compared to Suresh, and this is the surprising part. Suresh actually went from 80% to 71%. Suresh actually got worse after working on it for 5 weeks. Why did Suresh get worse? I'll give you a clue. It's not just because Enzo had so much more time to work on things. Well, the answer is theory overload. Okay, now imagine this bowl is your brain. Very smooth. Just kidding. Now, your brain has a limited amount of cognitive resources that it can spend. It's like how much memory or RAM your computer has. So let's say that these wooden blocks represent your cognitive resources. Now, whenever we learn a new skill, we're introduced to new things that we need to think about. So each thing takes resources to keep it in mind and think about it. Hold my arrow more tightly, stabilize my core, keep my shoulders relaxed, breathe more slowly, aim a little bit lower. You can see that my bowl, my capacity is becoming filled up. And on top of that, there's a certain amount of resources it takes to just perform the activity. Now, once a new skill eventually becomes a habit, the amount of resources it takes goes down. But when you're learning a new skill, it's not going to be a habit. It's going to be unfamiliar and difficult and awkward, and all of those things take additional resources to overcome. So more and more needs to be invested into just doing the actual skill. And as you can see now, we are overflowing. We've overloaded our brain's ability to think about things because we have given it too many things to think about. In the research, our brain trying to think about lots of different things at the same time is called multiple element interactivity. And it's a common reason why we enter into what's called cognitive overload. But here is the thing about learning a cognitive skill, like learning to learn, for example, unlike learning a physical skill like archery. For a physical skill, we burn energy using our body, using our muscles. For a cognitive skill, we burn effort with our brain, which means that the amount of cognitive resources it takes to just perform the skill, the act of learning, is innately very high to begin with. It takes a lot of mental resources to understand new information and process it and organize it and think about where it belongs and create new memory. And all of this effort helps to translate the learning into memory and understanding. If we didn't feel this effort, we wouldn't have any memory, and that would be called passive learning. But with effective, more active learning, it takes a lot of resources to begin with, which means adding just a few more things can put us into overload very quickly. So in that case, what is the best way to learn a new skill, especially a cognitive skill? Well, at the end of the day, all of that means that when we're learning a new skill, we should only ever be trying to experiment with one or two things at the same time. So Suresh, who covered like 30% of the program in a month, would have learned over a dozen new techniques, and each technique has 2 or 3 things to think about. So that means that Suresh would have been trying to juggle 20 or 30 things at any given time. He was completely overloaded, and therefore his brain was not able to actually learn the skill. And this is exactly why some students, if they don't realize this trap, can spend months or even years trying to learn a new skill and feeling like it is impossible to get it right, because no matter how much time they put into it, they do not seem to be improving. It is incredibly frustrating. So here's the secret to learning any skill the right way. Always balance your new theory with practice. If you practice without any theory, it's aimless. If you practice with too much theory, you're getting overloaded. So the trick is to balance new theory coming in with your existing skills becoming habits. Like I mentioned before, when skills become habits, your brain figures out a more efficient way to do it. It doesn't require so many cognitive resources anymore. It finds a shortcut. And so the amount of cognitive resources it takes to perform the skill goes down as more of this new skill just starts to become an old habit. And eventually what took a lot of concentration to do now takes virtually no thinking at all, and you can still do it just as accurately and just as consistently. We have freed up more cognitive resources to take in some new theory and turn those into habits. For some skills and techniques, it can take weeks, if not months, to develop them into habits. Whereas for some, it can just take a few hours. And by balancing the theory with practice, we can achieve optimum skill growth, where we are practicing, and every time we practice, we're improving with focus and direction, but we're not getting overloaded. So here's what this looks like in practice. Let's say we've only got 5 hours a week to practice. Now that is not probably enough to form new habits very quickly, and so we're gonna need to reduce the amount of new theory we take in. And because we've got a low amount of practice and therefore a low amount of theory, the two of them are aligned and we can achieve our optimum skill growth. Now let's say we now have a little bit more free time and we want to dedicate a little bit more time to learning this skill. So we have now 20 hours a week that we can dedicate to practice. So the amount that we can practice has now gone up, which means we can also go up in the amount of theory we can take in. But it's proportional to the amount of extra practice we're getting. So as a rule of thumb, I usually say for every hour of theory, we should have at least 5 hours of practice. So for example, if we have 5 hours of practice, we would only be able to take in 1 hour of theory in this first example, whereas in the second example, we've got 20 hours of practice, therefore we can have up to 4 hours of theory. Now, unfortunately, that's just a rule of thumb. And in reality, it's a little bit more complicated because 5 hours of practicing a very complicated skill is not the same as 5 hours of practicing a very simple skill, like a new way to tie your shoelaces, in which case 5 hours of practice is probably overkill. And so what's more important and accurate than just the number of hours of practice is actually monitoring how quickly we're able to form new habits. When new habits form, we have the mental space to take in more theory. So if we're very slow at forming new habits, then we're gonna be slower at taking in new theory. And the way you can know that new habits are forming is when you can feel that things are becoming easier and faster without compromising your accuracy and your consistency. And most of the time, you're able to get faster without trying to get faster. The speed comes with the efficiency that your brain develops at just getting better at doing it. Now, this is where I have to give props to Enzo, because Enzo realized that he was developing new habits more slowly than we would have anticipated. And so he took a year to cover 20% of the program. So instead of 5 hours of practice for every hour of theory, he was doing more like 15, 20 hours of practice for every hour of theory. So even though on the surface it looked like he was going very slowly, his skill growth was being maintained at an optimal rate because he was never letting himself get overloaded. And by the way, if you're interested in the program yourself, there's a link in the description that you can check out. Now, while theory overload has an almost 100% failure rate, the reverse is also true. Almost 100% of the time, I see someone balancing their theory intake rate with their practice and habit forming rate. They are able to learn their desired skill very smoothly and very quickly, which is why I said that I think this is one of the most important things to understand if you want to learn any skill.
So those are some of the core principles on how you can learn any new skill more quickly. Next, I want to talk about how you can apply these skills and these strategies for your work as a professional. So if you're a professional trying to learn complex new skills for your work, this next video is going to be especially valuable for you. I've been a learning coach for the past 13 years. I've coached hundreds of professionals, entrepreneurs, and CEOs to learn effectively, even under immense time pressures and responsibilities. This is going to be no BS advice on how to learn as a professional. Number one, start from zero. Let's say we have two different types of professionals. The first is a great, diligent student throughout university, and the other is a university dropout. Of the two, which would you think is easier to coach to become a super efficient learner? In my experience, most of the time, the second person who struggled, was a terrible student, is actually easier to coach. This is because they actually have less built-in habits of learning. A lot of professionals struggle with learning, especially with high workloads, because when they start learning, they use the same techniques and habits that they were used to while going through university, not realizing that those methods are not serving them anymore. And a lot of the time, it didn't serve them back then either. They just got away with it. And it's not to say that book smarts is not important, but it's about understanding that your learning system probably is a combination of good habits that are working and you should keep doing them, and then bad habits that are holding you back, which you are probably not even aware of. And the hard part about becoming an efficient learner is not actually just learning new methods and techniques. That is easy. The hard part is discovering and then unlearning your existing bad habits that have set in over years. So start from zero means just wipe the slate clean. Forget about the way you used to learn. If it's still working for you now, it will come back into your system. But don't build your learning system from, okay, here's what I used to do in university. Let's start from that. Just start from what is my learning goal? What's my current situation? And then just build from a blank slate. Number 2, learn in sprints. When you go through uni, everything is laid out for you. There's a curriculum to follow, and all you have to do is just learn what's given to you and then hit the assessment, which they usually tell you how they're going to mark it. None of that applies in a professional learning context. However, having that structure makes it much easier to learn. So one of the things that I recommend any professional to do is to actually set very clear, explicit learning goals, almost like lecture objectives for yourself. What do I need to know? How well do I need to know it? And in what time frame do I need to achieve this expertise by? Once you've set your learning goals, learn aggressively. This is the sprint part. Consume as much as you can about this topic until you feel like you're starting to lose track of it. It's a little overwhelming. And that may actually only take like a few hours of learning about it. And then apply what you've learned immediately. So the sprint is setting a learning goal, consuming about this aggressively, and then applying it, usually for a more extended period of time. Once you've applied it enough that this new knowledge feels like your own and you're pretty comfortable with it, then you can move into your next sprint where you set your next learning goal and then again, consume aggressively. There's been situations where I've spent maybe 2 weeks to read a few books on something, and then I'll spend 6 months just applying what I've learned because I don't feel comfortable enough to consume more information without having consolidated and lived through the learning that I've already accumulated. Remember that the value of learning as a professional is your ability to execute and apply that knowledge. It doesn't matter how much you've consumed and how much you know, if you can't actually use that and if you don't have the wisdom to use that in the right way, it's ultimately meaningless. Number 3, lead, don't follow. I go around the world doing workshops for various different industries. And when I work with new graduates, one of the most common things that I see is that the new graduates that really excel, whose managers see a lot of potential in them, that they're being picked to be the rising stars, they do something different to the typical graduate. And it's very rare. What they do is they put themselves in the mindset of becoming the expert. And this is actually really important when it comes to learning, because the way your brain will store and organize new information that you learn is heavily influenced by the context and the purpose with which you're learning it. So if you're learning just trying to hit your current requirements and your current level, then yes, you will be able to reach that current level, but 90% of the value of that learning is going to end there. But you can bet that that same piece of information, if you were to ask an expert about it, they would know even deeper and more nuance. It may not be new information that you haven't learned, but it's a way of seeing that information that the beginner normally can't see. And so if you're setting your sights on trying to develop that higher level of expertise, being the expert, not just following along everyone else, but becoming the leader within your level, then not only will you hit your current requirements, but because you are thinking like an expert, the way that that knowledge is consolidated into your brain is going to be closer to that of an expert. So it's actually going to carry you to the next level and beyond. And trust me, when you are tackling a new topic or a new client or a new project and you have learned about it, and the way you contribute and the questions you ask and the way you think about it is way beyond your current level, people will notice. Number 4, write less. You are not a human photocopier, and words on paper don't mean anything. Back when you're a student, some of you may have taken a lot of pride in writing lots of really nice, pretty comprehensive notes. But what you'll probably quickly realize in a professional learning environment is that writing a lot of notes takes a lot of time and doesn't really provide much benefit. Learning is not about writing notes. Writing notes is a tool to help you think so that you can do the learning. The learning happens in the brain. And if you're learning in the right way, you're constantly comparing and contrasting the new things that you've learned with other new things you've learned or with existing knowledge you have. You're constantly trying to make analogies. You're constantly trying to simplify what you're learning. That is a constant active process that should be going on in your brain. And it's hard to keep track of all of these thoughts if you just do it mentally. That's why you use note-taking. It is a cognitive offload mechanism. And so when you look at your notes, it should be like a visual representation of your thought process. And any adjustment you make to your note-taking method that gets you closer to this one-to-one match with your thought process and how your brain is trying to organize that information, the more effective your learning is going to be, and therefore naturally you'll feel that you need to write less notes. And this logic also directly applies for the next tip, which is don't memorize. Learning through memorization is a losing game. There's no way to win this. The more you try to memorize and learn through repetition, the less efficient your learning is going to be overall. There is going to be some information that you do need to memorize. You can't avoid it, especially if you are in a lot of scientific disciplines or really technically heavy disciplines. So when I was a doctor, yes, there was lots of things that I had to memorize. But what you need to understand is that memorization is a method of learning when all other methods of learning are not applicable. It is the process of your brain receiving information that it doesn't connect with, doesn't see the relevance of, doesn't know why it's important, doesn't know why it needs to keep it, and therefore tries to remove it and prune it from your memory because that's what it's meant to do. And then you taking it and then ramming it back into your brain to say, no, I need you to hold on to this. And with enough repetition, it does actually work. You can deepen this neural groove so that that information just stays there stickier. But this requires repetition and is very time consuming if you're trying to do this at scale. In the first instance of learning new information, your primary objective should be, how can I learn this in such a way that I don't need to memorize it? How do I make it simpler, inherently more intuitive, more relevant? How can I find a way to apply it and consolidate it straight away? And the biggest barrier I see when coaching people is that they're so used to learning through memorization that they're not even aware that they're trying to memorize it. Whenever you hear something or you're reading something and you go into this loop of thinking, I'm going to forget this, so let me repeat that again and again to try to consolidate it into my memory. That behavior, that thought process is you trying to memorize. So start building a radar, an awareness of when you enter into that habit, and then use that as an opportunity to say, okay, instead of just repeating it again and again, maybe I just pause for a moment and just think about how I can connect it to something or simplify it so that it's easier to remember. Now, one thing I need to mention is that even though I'm packaging this information as a bunch of tips, learning to learn is a messy process. Some people watch my videos and they assume that because they watched it, they will magically get better at learning. But if you are serious about getting better, you cannot avoid putting in the time and effort to try things, make mistakes, and learn from them. Personally, it took me over 7 years of constant trial and error and reading thousands of research articles. And those years of experience are what have allowed me to make YouTube videos like this today. But if you're a busy professional trying to become hyper efficient at learning, you probably don't have a spare 7 years. This is why I created the I Can Study program. On YouTube, I try my best to give you content and valuable information. But there is a lot to go through. And if you want to improve quickly, you need to be focused on what to do next rather than what video should I watch next. On the I Can Study program, I'm able to distill my years of experience into the ideal order and structure. I can give you tasks and check your understanding and give you feedback. I can go into examples and walkthroughs for your specific goals. So while I will keep posting videos for free on YouTube, if you are interested in a faster, more guided, less confusing path to improvement, you may be interested in checking out my program at icanstudy.com. If you'd like to explore it, I'll leave a link to it in the description below. And we'll move on to the next tip, which is actually one of the first lessons in the program as well, which is to prep everything. Think about your brain's ability to learn like a physical muscle. If I give you like a potato to carry, that's not going to be very difficult. But if I'm constantly throwing potatoes at you, and now you've got this sack of potatoes and you're constantly trying to catch more and then hold this huge, heavy sack of potatoes, you're going to get very tired. And the exact same thing happens with our learning, except instead of muscular fatigue, we're going to enter into cognitive fatigue or cognitive overload. And so the trick to learning efficiently is to balance our cognitive resources. That's basically how much mental energy and strength that we have. And so if you imagine that you are in some workshop or a seminar and you're listening to someone give you this large volume of very dense information that you have never been exposed to before, your brain is trying to process that, understand it, organize it in your brain while simultaneously receiving the next piece of information. And it's trying to juggle so many things at the same time. And if that's the situation you're in, it's pretty much impossible to make your learning more efficient, except using some very cognitively advanced techniques. So when I say prep everything, what I mean is to take that big block of learning and to start chipping away and working at it in advance. And you can spend just 5 to 10 minutes just generally familiarizing yourself with what the main ideas are going to be about what you're learning, what some of the more complicated ideas might be, and just generally how it's all connected and why you need to know this, why it is important for you, and how it's going to be relevant for you. And it doesn't take very long to get a general familiarity and a sense of purpose with what you're about to learn. And that means that when you learn that information, your brain isn't trying to process and understand it and then desperately try to figure out where it fits all at the same time. It has an idea about where this information will fit, and so it's easier and faster to store it away. Spending just 10 minutes to prep yourself on what you're about to learn can save you literally 10 times that amount of time and effort in the future. Having said that, one of the most common ways that you can ruin the benefit of that preparation is to over-consume information, which brings me to the next tip: don't overeat. Learning is essentially this constant battle of consuming and digesting. You're consuming new information and your brain is digesting it, figuring out how to organize and store this into your memory. The figuring out and storing part of this process takes a lot of effort, and there's a limit to how fast you can do this. This is the bottleneck. It's very easy to consume a lot of very dense information very quickly, just like how I actually realized in the last few years that I tend to stress binge eat, and I didn't even know what overeating actually meant, and I'm working on that now. You may also not know what it actually means to over-consume and overeat new information. So here is the mental check that I use every time I'm learning something new that makes sure I never overeat. There are 2 questions I am constantly asking myself while I'm learning new information. The first is, does this make sense to me? Not just do I understand it, but do I actually feel like it makes sense? It makes sense because that pattern of connections is something that your brain feels comfortable and familiar with. The second question is, Do I feel like I'm about to forget this? This question is bringing our attention to a very similar and important cognitive phenomenon. When we have too many things that don't make sense, where our brain doesn't know how to organize it and file it away, then it's going to prune that information out of our memory. And so that feeling of, I feel like I'm going to forget this, means that your brain has not found a worthwhile and meaningful way of organizing this information. And if there's lots of information you've consumed in a short period of time, your brain will probably struggle to get meaning out of it because it's overloaded. It's holding a very big sack of potatoes. And so in that situation where you feel like either it doesn't make sense or you're about to forget it or both, the most important thing you can do is to stop eating. Put the potato chip down. You don't have to, Justin, just because you opened up a bag of chips doesn't mean you have to finish it. You need to give your brain the space to just process what it's already consumed. This is where note-taking in a way that reflects your thinking process can really help. You write down what you're thinking, you track your thoughts, and you use that note-taking to help you to organize, group, and simplify this information. Now, how long it takes, how long you need to pause for this to be consolidated, this can be minutes, seconds, or even hours or days, depending on your skill level and the amount of practice you have, as well as the complexity of the information and how much knowledge you already have about the subject. But I can guarantee that if you keep overeating and it doesn't make sense and you feel like you're going to forget it, then the only thing you'll be able to do when you overeat is vomit it back up. You won't be able to use that information probably for the reasons you're trying to learn it in the first place. And like I said, one of the things that really helps you with this is tip number 8, map everything. The human brain is vastly more efficient at processing visual information than written information. Some studies suggest 20 to 40,000 times faster. This is why you can look at a painting of something and understand what you're seeing in half a second, when it might take you half an hour to read a detailed description of everything that you saw. Well, if you want to get more efficient with learning, you have to develop the habit of visually representing what you are thinking about in your notes. Like I've mentioned, the brain works in connections. It forms networks of knowledge that are all connected to and influence each other. And when information doesn't fit into this network somewhere, it is eventually lost and forgotten. It is your ability to put something into a network and connect it meaningfully that determines your attention and your depth of expertise, aka how you can apply that information. As a professional, most of the things you are learning, you're expected to do something with. Everything you learn is connected to something, and it is your job as a learner to figure out what those connections are. And mapping, non-linear note-taking, actually physically representing connections and flows and influences on paper as you learn is an incredibly powerful technique that can help your brain to think of and see these connections. And if you've tried mapping and note-taking before and you haven't found it very effective, then I can guarantee it's not because the map is not effective. It's because the way you are thinking as you make the map is not effective. And so one key tip to make this more effective is to judge everything. The value of each new piece of information you learn is not always equal. Some things are more important than other things. Some things are important in one context and less important than another context. And the reason something is important is usually because of the influence or impact it has on another piece of information. This is the network. A great learner doesn't just organize information based on how someone tells them to organize it. They actively think about why this piece of information is important. They judge and critique the information. And sometimes this is how you gain a perspective on knowledge that is uncommon amongst your peers, where your peers can say, oh yeah, this thing is made up of A, B, and C. But you can talk about it as, yeah, this thing is made up of A, B, and C, but really the most important thing is B because of the influence it has on A and C. And you can immediately tell that the second person has thought about it more and understands the topic to a deeper level. In fact, even if you don't make a map or create a network or do any of the other things. Simply just asking yourself, on a scale of 1 to 10, how important do I think this piece of information I've just consumed is? Just asking yourself that question can have immediate impacts on your attention and your depth of understanding. And one of the best parts about judging everything and getting into that habit is that it allows you to do the next tip, which is to ask better questions. There's no such thing as a stupid question, sure. But there are definitely some questions that are better than others for learning. And the best questions that help you to hold on to information, make sense of information, and use that information like an expert would, that helps you to be a leader and not a follower, is when you are asking questions that help you to map and judge the information. Let's say you learn 2 new facts, and you're trying to decide which of these 2 facts are more important and in what situations, and how do they connect to each other? How can I map it? You can see that trying to do that, trying to achieve that outcome of judging it and mapping it, forces you to think about this information more deeply and in relation to another. You might have understood each thing individually. I understand what this concept means. I understand what this concept means. But when you start comparing, well, which one is more important? How does it influence each other? It's a whole new realm of thinking. And naturally, if it's a new topic, you may have questions. You will have hypotheses. I think this is more important in this situation because I feel like it impacts this, and whereas I feel like this one is more important in a different situation because I feel like it connects with this thing and this thing, but not this thing. You can see these are hypotheses. And to clarify those, we ask questions. And depending on your situation, where you ask that question might depend. Maybe you leave it on a separate notepad and you go over it later in your own time in the evening. Maybe you do a Google search. Maybe you ask a supervisor or a manager or a senior. And not only does asking and then answering these questions help with your learning and help you reach that expert level, if you are in a situation where questions are welcomed and encouraged, then your supervisor or your manager or even your client is going to be impressed at how deeply you're trying to think about this topic and the types of questions that you're asking. If I'm working with someone and I know it's complicated and it's new to them, and they don't have any questions for me, almost always that's a red flag. It means that they're not even thinking about it at the level that they need to have these questions pop up into their heads. And if I know there's a certain standard that they need to hit, and they're also not even thinking at that standard, then there's almost no chance they're going to hit it. On the flip side, if someone is asking me questions that shows that they're thinking at this level, then 9 out of 10 times, I know that the outcome, the quality of the work that they produce is going to be excellent. By the way, if you're liking this and you want me to go even deeper and explore some of the nuances and variations of these techniques that took me over a decade to figure out, then I want to mention that I also have a free weekly newsletter where I cover that. You can find a link to that in the description below. Now, on to the next tip. Number 11, tactically hit the books. When you go from high school to university, there's a big shift in that you take a lot more independence and responsibility. You decide how to study, when to study, or whether to study at all. When you go from uni to the workforce, there's another transition in that you now decide what to study in the first place. And so when you think about studying and having dedicated study sessions, think about studying as your 4th optimal solution to a knowledge problem. So if you need to know something for work or for an exam, the first option, like the most ideal solution to that problem, the knowledge gap that you have, is that you just know it and you can just remember it. There was a gap, you thought about it a little bit more, and it's like, oh yeah, now you filled it. The second option is that you just quickly look it up. A quick Google search, looking through notes, looking at a reference piece of information, and the knowledge is there. The third option is that you can't find the information quickly, so you have to do a deeper search. It takes you a little bit longer to find the answer. You're crawling through, reading like dozens of different Google results. You're reading through articles, trying to figure this out. And the fourth option is when you have to do that deeper finding. It's time consuming. You have to trawl through things. However, it's not enough just to have found an answer. It's when you not only have to have an answer, but you also need to know how to think about the answer and how to think about the problem and all the other things that are related to it. You actually have to have expertise on the topic. And in order to achieve that, you need to do studying. And the reason this tip is called tactically hit the books is because a very common thing that I see is that people will have this general knowledge gap within their discipline. And so they'll find like a book or a course that fills it, and then they'll just go through it. And it is a very passive and inefficient and undirected way of trying to fill that knowledge gap. Some of the information isn't even relevant to what you need, and then you have to sift through what is and isn't relevant. It's often very time consuming and feels very boring and tedious, like, going back to school. And then because it's not a targeted way of filling your knowledge gap, it's not providing you value for your daily work straight away. You have to spend 3 weeks finishing this course before you then turn around and think, okay, did this help solve my problem? But if instead you think about the process of studying as almost like this fourth option, like this really slow Google search, then it means you are much more deliberate about what you are trying to learn and why you're trying to learn it. What information do you need to solve your knowledge gap? And how do you need to think about it for this to be valuable? And if you start here in a more targeted way, then it's easier to make this knowledge relevant. It's easier to make it make sense. It's more memorable naturally. It provides you value straight away. And even if you do go on and then study all the other little details that may be less relevant, it's easier to learn and integrate that stuff later because you're building on this solid foundation of relevant material that makes sense to you. And one thing that you should do to try to make the knowledge that you gain from hitting the books more relevant more quickly is to delete the latent learning period. If you're studying in uni, you might spend 6 weeks studying something and then have an exam. And then in that exam, you see how well you did. Well, this is actually a very risky studying strategy because it means that if you've got gaps in your knowledge and you weren't hitting the level, you don't figure that out until the exam. So a good student should be testing themselves very regularly. So their exam result is not a surprise to them. Well, this is even more true if you're learning as a professional. Forget 6 weeks. If you spend 6 days learning about something, preparing some solution, some strategy, solving a certain problem at work, but the way that you've approached it and what you've learned has not been accurate, hasn't been correct, then you've just wasted that entire week and that time and probably someone else's time and money. And so that period from when you start learning something through to the point at which you start getting feedback on the validity of what you have learned, that's called the latent learning period. And as a professional, we want to bring that as close to zero as possible. For a new and especially complicated topic, it can be very difficult to know what even is the correct or right way of thinking about it. And so we want to test the validity of how we're thinking and structuring this information very frequently. Go from learning about it, making sense of it, connecting it together, and then proposing, okay, this is how I think I should apply it. And try to do that immediately. And then have that approach or strategy checked by someone early and frequently. If there are major errors in the way that you're thinking about something or learning something, you want those to be signposted to you as early as possible so you don't have to then restructure your entire schema of learning. But in reality, when I do these workshops and I talk to these professionals that I'm coaching, they'll spend weeks learning about something, and only weeks or months later, when they actually apply it in a real world setting at work, do they realize that the way they learned it isn't actually helpful for their needs. And by having this weeks or months long latent learning period, we've just wasted all of that time. And speaking of wasting time, one of the most important things that you can do to save time when learning is to actually learn more slowly. Because tip number 13, slow is fast. This general manager of this company that I worked with once told me that good planning costs a lot, but not planning costs much more. And I find that this is really true for learning. When we don't have a lot of time and there's so much to learn, it's really easy to want to learn faster and just cover more content and overeat and just do whatever we can to get on top of this knowledge gap. So you end up reading a lot of books and attending courses and workshops and listening to a bunch of different podcasts and audiobooks, and all you have is just more things that you're forgetting. And the trap is that it becomes so easy to get caught up in just going through more material quickly that we deprioritize actually spending the time to think and process and organize what we've consumed. The idea of learning in sprints and consuming and then just not consuming anything else, just applying and consolidating and checking and living through that. This is a very confronting suggestion to a lot of people who would say, well, if I do that, I'm not going to be able to cover my knowledge requirements because I'm not getting through enough content quickly. And my answer is that if the problem is with the knowledge you have in your brain, then flicking more pages with your hands doesn't change that. And sometimes what we need to think more is to give ourselves the space by flicking pages a little less. I would say that I am a very efficient, fast learner. You would hope so, because it's my literal job. But when you watch me study, I'm not blazing fast. My pen isn't catching fire. I'm not breaking through my keyboard every study session because I'm just like studying so fast. Most of the time when I'm learning something, I'm doing a lot of just looking, thinking, pondering, maybe a Google search. Mentally, there's a lot going on and it's very quick. What I'm focused on is fixing the biggest bottleneck, which is my ability to process and organize the information. I'm acknowledging that it doesn't matter how fast I consume. The consuming information part is never the bottleneck. I can always do that faster or slower. The thing that affects my speed of learning is how much time and effort I devote into the thinking and processing part. And sometimes that can make it feel like you're learning very slowly if you're used to measuring your speed of learning by how quickly you're covering content. But if you are learning correctly, thinking in the right ways, it should take more effort and it should take a little longer. And that's what saves you time in the future. Going slow and doing it properly is what makes your learning fast. And the final tip I have for you is to bring everything to the table. One of my employees is also one of my former students. They joined my program. They learned the skills. They did very well academically. We hired him. And there was this big difference between his ability to perform academically, which was very high, versus his ability to perform at work. And what we eventually realized was that these skills of thinking critically and connecting everything and judging everything and mapping everything, he wasn't holding himself to that standard consistently with his work. He was only doing that when it came to studying something. But the key to being an exceptional professional, to being a thought leader, to being someone who's able to just learn and just adapt and tackle projects with confidence, is that your brain needs to get used to thinking at this higher standard. It has to get used to it so that it can become a habit, so that it can become easier and faster. You don't want to need to take a quadruple shot of espresso every single time you sit down to do some work because your brain is just having to think so hard to think at this level. With enough practice, it just becomes a habit. It becomes as easy to think in this way as whatever way you're currently thinking of now. It takes time and it takes effort to get to that point, but that's where your goal should be. And if on a Monday you're thinking at a lower level, and then on a Tuesday you're thinking at a higher level, and on a Wednesday you are back low, this tug of war is going to make it harder for you to just consistently build this habit. So show up every day holding yourself to this standard. Every meeting you're a part of, every conversation, every problem you're solving, do your best to think and maintain this standard for yourself. Become the person who's valuable to involve in the conversation purely because the way they think about it is valuable. And when you bring everything you can to the table consistently, not only does it help you to train your brain with these new habits, but you become someone who is more dependable, who is capable of more, is given more responsibilities and given more opportunities. So that's the advice. And I can tell you that in the hundreds of professionals that I've done face-to-face workshops for all around the world, that the number of people that follow even half of this advice is extremely rare. And if you do follow all of this advice, your ability to learn, your growth trajectory, your career trajectory will tangibly improve. So I hope you found this useful. If there are certain situations that you want me to cover or questions you want me to answer, leave a comment down below. If you're interested in joining my program to get a fast track on developing these skills, there's also a link to that in the description below. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.